Pardon me, good neighbor. Could you tell me how to get to Congress? I need to do something about these taxes.
Jane, you are seeing what we're seeing. It appears George Washington has come back and is doing donuts in front of the Capitol building, screaming about taxes.
I'm sorry, did you say George
That's exactly
Washington?
what it looks like from up here.
I'll show you the dark side.
You drew first blood, not me.
We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among these, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. To secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed. And whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it and to establish new government. We therefore, the representatives of the United States of America, do and with the authority of the good people of these colonies, solemnly publish and declare that these United Colonies are, and of right ought to be, free and independent states, that they are absolved of all allegiance to the British Crown, and that all political connection between them and the state of Great Britain is and ought to be totally dissolved.
Many are asking whether this was sedition or treason, but there is a third statute, one that fits their actions with mathematical precision. 18 U.S.C. Section 2387. Activities affecting armed forces. It prohibits, and this is word for word, advising, counseling, urging, or in any manner causing or attempting to cause insubordination, disloyalty, mutiny, or refusal of duty by any member of the military. Penalty, up to 20 years in federal prison. This law is not retaliatory politics. This law is not about defending one man. This law is about defending civilian control of the military, the backbone of the republic. And this law has been violated.
We want to speak directly to members of the military
And the intelligence community.
This was a group of lawmakers, including former CIA, speaking directly to the military, undermining the authority of the commander-in-chief, and by extension, every general, every officer, every enlisted soldier down the line. Break the chain at the top and you break the entire military. Break the military and you break the nation. Yes, it's that serious. The individuals responsible should face consequences, censure, expulsion, prosecution, not because of who they attacked, but because of what they endangered. My friends, we are all anonymous, and to my Democrat friends, ask yourself honestly, what will it take for you to leave your party? Because the party you once knew no longer exists.
He is in the National Command Authority for Nuclear Weapons. And last night, he's putting out on the internet, turtles with rocket-propelled grenades killing. I mean, have you seen this?
Are you worried, Tom, that they're going to target you with prosecution after this is all over?
Oh, they already said they're going to, so come get some. Bottom line is, I'm not going to let them forget what they did the last 4 years. 500,000 children were separated from their families and smuggled across this border. 250,000 Americans died from drug overdoses that came across that border. And what's President Trump done? He gave us the most secure border in history of this nation, which means sex trafficking plummeted. No unsuspected terrorists coming across the borders plummeted. Criminal cartels are going broke. He's record deportation. Every promise he made to the American people, he's getting. And let's not forget, we're going to find every one of these people that weren't vetted, and we're going to make sure that they are properly vetted, and if not, they're going home.
I know how the traitors get held accountable. Let's break it down. Step 1. The National Guard gets federalized. That means they're no longer just state units. They're nationwide. Boots on the ground, locking down hot zones, securing the country. Step 2. Military law kicks in. Under the UCMJ, Uniform Code of Military Justice, treason, sedition, aiding the enemy. Those aren't small crimes. That's life in prison or worse, and it's not handled by your local judge. It's handled in a military court. Step 3. Military commissions. When politicians, corporate heads, or media giants sell out their nation, you can't let their buddies in civilian courts try them. Military commissions exist for that exact reason. Swift, decisive, no games. Step 4. Federal law, treason, sedition, conspiracy, overthrow. It's all on the books. The evidence is there. The statutes are there. And indictments will follow. Step 5. Asset seizure. Treason doesn't just cost freedom. It costs fortunes, properties, accounts, entire empires tied to corruption. Seized. And Step 6. The people. None of this happens without us. Every post, every video, every word of truth forced the lies into the light. That's why the reckoning is here. This isn't about survival anymore. This is about justice. And make no mistake, it's coming for every single one of them.
You told me to look into Minnesota and their fraud on visas and their programs. 50% of them are fraudulent, which means that wacko Governor Walz either is an idiot or he did it on purpose. And I think he's bold, sir. He brought people in there illegally that never should have been in this country, said they were somebody that they're not. They said they were married to somebody who was their brother or somebody else. Fraudulent visa applications, signed up for government programs, took hundreds of billions of dollars from the taxpayers, and we're going to remove them and we're going to get our money back.
With regard to commercial driver's license, I think we've covered a lot the crashes that have taken place around the country. And what we found is there have been states that have issued commercial driver's license to foreigners, and they've gone through sham schools, and they're not safe on American roadways. And so in partnership with Secretary Noem, we have driven those numbers down. We got California, Gavin Newsom, to revoke 17,000 unlawfully issued licenses. We've closed down half of the fake schools that give out these fake licenses, all critically important. Governor Tim Walz of Minnesota gave 33% of these licenses unlawfully. People that should never have a driver's license driving a big rig on American roads, endangering the American people.
Shit's heating up in Minnesota. Tampon Timmy, you are going down. This just out. Listen, this story is not coming from conservatives. It's not coming from right-wing media. It's coming from staff inside the Minnesota Department of Human Services, the very people who seem to rot the corruption from the inside out. Now they're saying enough is enough. Screw this piece of shit sitting in the state office. We're going to expose him for the jackass that he is. And listen, what they're describing is one of the most corrupt state-run government operations in the history of the United States. I thought it was bad here in Illinois with the Pillsbury Doughboy up in Springfield and Jabba the Hutt down in City Hall. But what the mayor of Minnesota and the governor of Minnesota are doing and have done to the Minnesota people is absolutely fucking disgusting. According to DHS staff, okay, Minnesota DHS staff, Tim Walz personally engineered a system of intimidation, retaliation, and fraud protection that let criminals siphon millions, and hundreds of millions of dollars while punishing anyone who tried to blow the whistle off the corruption that was happening, right? So he protected the criminals that were stealing the Minnesota taxpayers' money and threatened, okay, those who wanted to expose it, right? They say Governor Walz was warned. They say he ignored it. And they say he retaliated very hard, okay, when questioned about it. Quote unquote, this is coming from one of the staff, okay? They said, we let Governor Tim Walz know a fraud early. We got retaliation. We got monitoring. We received death threats in an effort to discredit us, right? All these employees said that Governor Tim Walz retaliated against the whistleblowers, threatened their families, disempowered the office of the legislative auditor, installed unqualified loyalists in top agency roles. I wonder why. To protect his own fucking ass, right? And let politically favored groups commit fraud with impunity. And we all know that the massive fraud that's going on with this Feed Our Family bullshit, to the tune of $1 billion that 80 Somali immigrants have been arrested for, right? And the massive healthcare scam that fucking state is doing too. People seem to forget what happened in Mogadishu, Somalia, back in the 90s, where they dragged our 2 rangers through the streets of Somalia. People seem to forget that. We're at war with these fucking people. Now they're sitting here in the United States and they're robbing our money, right?
We're the United States of America. Life is no game. There's no timeout. There's no substitution. Sometimes you gotta play hurt. But it must be done.
Welcome to the good stuff.
Candace went live today, slapped her giant brass balls on the table with another mountain of evidence, and told those globalist pedo fucks, your move, motherfuckers, what are you going to do? If you're gonna fucking kill me already. What has Candace laid out? Candace basically has a whistleblower from within the French government that has led her to Egyptian planes, French Foreign Legion allegedly being involved in Charlie Kirk's assassination, and the fucking leader of France putting out an assassination attempt on her, right? Allegedly paying $150 million. She has reported all of this to the FBI, even has confirmation that this information was set directly on Donald Trump's desk over a week ago. And mind you, when Candace tweeted this out, 145 million impressions on X. Worldwide front page news. What did the White House respond with? Nothing. Crickets. The FBI did not respond to her. And she is exactly correct. If she was making any of this up and it was all bullshit, then it would have to be some kind of a fucking felony. There would have to be some kind of a crime to make these allegations. So the FBI should have went and arrested her. If this is bullshit and it's not true, they should have came out and been like, no, Candace has got this all wrong. This Egyptian military plane is here on a sightseeing tour. And they're just tourists. And they were just happened to be in fucking Utah that day that Charlie Kirk got killed just for a good old time. Nothing to see here. But they can't even do that because there is no legitimate excuse for all of the pieces that Candace is laying out. The only thing that is keeping Candace alive right now, and I'm shocked that they don't just drone strike her house, because that's how arrogant these evil motherfuckers are. And the only thing that is keeping her alive now is that she has laid all this out and that she came out right to the front of it. Because what it does is they can't Charlie Kirk her because there's no time to create their bullshit narrative and come up with a patsy. Because if Candace was to turn up dead any time in the next 6 months, we all fucking know who did it. And the response is going to be revolution. Because we the people are fucking done.
ever wondered what would happen if you trusted God completely? George Muller did just that. He opened orphanages for over 10,000 children in England. But here's the amazing part. He never asked anyone for money. He only prayed and trusted God to provide. One morning there was no food for the children. Muller gathered them at the table and began to pray, thanking God for the meal that wasn't there yet. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. A local baker stood outside with fresh bread. He said, "I couldn't sleep last night. I felt like God wanted me to bake this for you." As if that wasn't enough, moments later, a milk cart broke down right in front of the orphanage, giving them all the milk they needed. George Muller's life was a living testimony of God's provision. He proved that when you trust in God fully, miracles happen. What will you trust God for today?
So as you continue to develop your talents and to make your mark upon the world, remember that nothing worth doing is ever easy. You'll have bad moments, and you gotta love what you're doing. And if you don't, just do something else. Keep standing up always for your values. Keep loving your country. And one of the most important things, never, ever quit. Never quit. Then ask yourself, what imprint will you leave in the sands of history? What will future Americans say we did in our brief time right here on Earth? Did we take risks? Did we dare to defy expectations? Did we challenge accepted wisdom and take on established systems? In my short time in Washington, I've seen firsthand how the system is broken. A small group of failed voices who think they know everything and understand everyone want to tell everybody else how to live and what to do and how to think. But you aren't going to let other people tell you what you believe, especially when you know that you're right. I know that each of you will be a warrior for the truth, will be a warrior for our country and for your family. I know that each of you will do what is right, not what is the easy way, and that you will be true to yourself and your country and your beliefs. Remember this, nothing worth doing ever came easy. Following your convictions means you must be willing to face criticism from those who lack courage or the guts or the stamina to take it and to do it. It's called the road less traveled.
Mr. President, thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you very much.
Good.
Next year is projected to be the largest tax refund season ever, and we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars, and we're going to be giving a nice dividend to the people in addition to reducing debt.
From the beginning, humanity has mistaken the battlefield. We have fought each other, judged each other, feared each other, never seeing the invisible forces manipulating the visible world. Not once, not in a single age, has the real war been human. Look around you. Every conflict you witness, every division that tears communities apart, every argument that destroys relationships, these are merely symptoms of a deeper battle. We've been trained to see enemies in flesh and blood when the true adversary operates in realms beyond physical sight. The headlines scream of human versus human, nation against nation, ideology against ideology. But what if I told you that every single one of these conflicts is orchestrated by forces that thrive on our blindness? Forces that need us fighting shadows while they manipulate the strings of reality itself. This is not conspiracy. This is spiritual law. And until we understand the true nature of the battlefield, we will continue to lose wars we never should have been fighting. The adversary thrives in blindness. He needs you unaware of your spiritual identity. He needs you fighting shadows with your emotions instead of standing in the immutable laws of God. Every moment you spend in anger, fear, or hatred toward another human being, you're fighting the wrong battle with the wrong weapons. But there is armor, real armor. Not metaphor, not wishful thinking, but actual spiritual protection that operates according to divine law. Truth that cuts through deception. Righteousness that establishes unshakable foundation. Peace that calms every storm. Faith that moves mountains. The word that speaks reality into existence. This armor doesn't just protect it, it transforms. When you align with these spiritual laws, you stop being a victim of circumstances and become a force of divine order. The chaos around you loses its power because you're operating from a higher frequency, a deeper truth. Spiritual armor is not metaphor. It is alignment. It is law. It is oneness restored. The key that unlocks everything is humility. Pride is the poison that disconnects us from our source, making us think we can fight spiritual battles with human strength. It convinces us that we are separate, alone, and vulnerable. Humility is the master key that opens heaven. It's the recognition that we are not isolated beings, but spiritual beings formed by the Creator Himself, connected to infinite power. True oneness is the unbreakable shield no deception can penetrate. When you remember who you are, when you align with divine law, when you operate from spiritual truth, the war is over. Darkness cannot defeat what walks in divine law. The enemy has no power over those who know their true identity. This is not about religion. This is about reality. The war was never human. The armor is divine law, and the victory is already yours.
Because the thing was on fire. It was exploded in fire and smoke. You can't see anything. You got digital. This is called the fog of war. This is what you in the press don't understand. You sit in your air-conditioned offices or up on Capitol Hill and you nitpick and you plant fake stories in the Washington Post about kill everybody, phrases on anonymous sources not based in anything, not based in any truth at all. And then you want to throw out really irresponsible terms about American heroes, about the judgment that they made. I wrote a whole book on this topic because of what politicians and the press does to warfighters. President Trump has empowered commanders to do what is necessary, which is dark and difficult things in the dead of night on behalf of the American people. We support them. and we will stop the poisoning of the American people.
And Mr. Secretary, on this... If you only knew the magnificence of 3, 6, and 9, Nikola Tesla didn't speak in theory. He spoke of a code hidden in plain sight, 3 numbers that unlock reality itself. These weren't just numbers. They were a blueprint found in scrolls, sacred geometry, even your DNA. They shape everything that breathes and exists. In sacred geometry, 3 is the triangle, stability, 6 is the hexagon, nature's design, 9 is the spiral, the divine return to source. Energy flows in 3s, 6s, and 9s, the pulse of sound, the rhythm of light. All follow this trinity of vibration. 3 is the mind, 6 the body, 9 the soul. Aligned, they unlock your true frequency. Tesla called them keys to the universe, not metaphorically. Literally, they shape galaxies, atoms, even thought. You'll find them in vortex spirals, sound waves, sacred patterns, all whispering 3, 6, 9, the keys to the universe.
Once upon a Christmas season, the world woke up to the truth about money. For decades, our money moved on crooked, outdated rails. Slow wires, hidden fees, lost transfers, and middlemen who never once earned our trust. Then the lights came on. ISO 20022, global audits, collapsing liquidity. The old system couldn't hide anymore. So a new rail began to rise, built on math, not manipulation, clarity, not chaos. A rail that settled in seconds, never reorganized, never bribed, never went down. The XRP ledger, the Internet of Values backbone. Ethereum was too chaotic, Solana too fragile, private chains too isolated. Only XRPL met every requirement: speed, stability, transparency, compliance. And since 2017, America prepared quietly: regulatory clarity, Genius Act, Treasury approvals, a full monetary exoskeleton ready to deploy. This new system wasn't built for bankers. It was built for you and me, the worker, the saver, the small business, the family. When only one rail actually works, you don't debate. You take the rail that runs on time. The world is switching, not someday, not maybe. And this is the rest of the story. Join us and learn. Cool show where common sense meets truth.
Elon was not involved other than vouching because he wanted to be legally pure. And it was all done super legally through Cyber Command. The information was taken to Cyber Command and the United States government through its existing legal authorities, zapped a place in Belgrade, Serbia. I heard they smoked. There's ways hackers can get on and defeat security protocols, overclock a processor in your machine, turn off the fan, and melt it down. I heard that they melted down some of the computers. Who knows if hackers exaggerated on that. That's what really happened. Elon wasn't part of that because he was trying to be a legal virgin about it all. But he played a super critical role. He had my Zorro. Can I tell you what Zorro said after spending an afternoon with him? It was a funny story. Yes, please. He says that we love the color. Guy. He says Elon is maybe even weirder than you. He's just a weird guy. And I go in, so Zorro does have his presentation. And if you really just let him give his presentation at his own speed without going into detail, soup to nuts is a 6-hour presentation. Well, he's been a master at compressing and taking out slices because he gives all these different pieces to all these different parts of the government and such. But Elon said, I don't want that. Just give me, do you have any documents? And he said, Zorro said, yeah, we got 1.7 million documents. And Elon says, give it to me on the thumb drive. He took it, put it in his machine, and AI read it for 45 minutes or something and came back with a 1-page report that told the story and said it was correct. and said that it all held together and everything was well documented. And at that point, things were set up for Elon to get on something like a Zoom call, and then some lawyers got involved, as they always do, and they said he can't. It's too incriminating for him. He's taking part in whatever. And so I think what I heard was he had some technical assistance do it. And then they came back and reported to him. But I'm told that he turned to the senator when he was done digesting. Oh, then he got Zorro to give him the PowerPoint. But he said, now I will take your PowerPoint, but just let me click through it. And he clicked through this 6-hour presentation in 10 or 15 minutes. Just absorbing everything. He's really, my Zorro says he's like on a different planet. The guy's but he just sat there clicking high speed through this presentation, then showed total command of it. But then, and once it was all verified, he turned to the senator and said, this is all true, and we're effed. And the senator said, no, if you vouch for it, there's a way this can be neutralized. And that's the day, that afternoon, it was when Elon jumped on a jet and went up to Pennsylvania and joined Trump and started coming out and saying, look, civilization comes to an end if we don't. That was that afternoon. And Elon vouched for it. And because he vouched for it to Trump, other processes were set in motion where Zorro was taken into the Pentagon, to a Pentagon-ish, and it was all taken from him. Now, we had this information. But we had this information from the people you know about, that we had a bribed intelligence officer in Eastern Europe. Also, he was doing things but he was taking bribes to pay around Belgrade to get certain information. We had this whole operation, and we had this Albanian gangster. We had this whole network covered. And so it was taken in officially and legally, and part of the government that already had the authority to do this, what it was put into where Joe Biden wouldn't hear about it. And my understanding was this actually was November 4th is when they got on and smoked Belgrade. You always say 3 days. I think it was the prior day, but it went on for 4 or 5 days. Okay. I'm just clearing up the details. Sorry if that was too autistic.
No, it's great. No, it's great.
So where do you want me to go? Where do you want me to go now?
Just keep going, because you can now find.
There's so many moving parts going on right now. It's hard to follow, but here's what we do know. JP Morgan is looking pretty sus right now, moving its precious metals desk to Singapore suddenly last week, Thursday. In my opinion, they look scared. It looks like they're trying to avoid a sudden death chess move. It looks like they know something big is about to happen. I mean, look at Singapore. It's its own district. It's a city-state, just like the Vatican City. And it's one of the largest ones with the most robust military. Singapore is really important because of its strategic position. It's located right on the Singapore Strait, which is a natural deepwater passageway, like a canal, like a shipping canal. It connects to the port of Singapore, which is one of the busiest shipping ports in the world, and it opens up to the South China Sea. Supposedly they have advanced storage infrastructure and tax-free vaults that are located right by the international airport. All of this sounds perfect for trafficking, but let's look back on what else we know. In 2017, we never have seen an inauguration like that, ever, in the history of the world. The military was up on stage on Inauguration Day in 2017, showing that they are in control, and they gave the power back to we the people. In the past, the bankers, the money ran the show. But low-key, ever since 2017, good military has been in control. Look at Executive Order 13818, blocking the property of any person or company that has committed crimes against humanity. And look at the chain of events. I find it interesting that the shutdown ends the same night that President Trump holds a private dinner at the White House of major Wall Street figures, like the CEO of JP Morgan and Chase, and the CEOs of the NASDAQ, Morgan Stanley, Blackstone, BlackRock, and Goldman Sachs. I mean, this reminds me of the story in the Bible about Jehu's righteous coup. In 2 Kings, verses 8 through 10, Jehu was a commander anointed by God to overthrow the wicked house of Ahab and eradicate Baal worship. God instructed Jehu to hold this fake evil party and trick the evil ones into thinking that they were coming to this evil party to do all their evil things. But it was a trap, and God instructed Jehu to massacre all the evil ones in one foul swoop. What if that's what the private dinner was at the White House, when Trump invited all the big CEOs of the banks? And if you think about it, It's a lot like the Titanic, but flipped. What if they were arrested or taken out or strong-armed to do a good deal because of Executive Order 13818? What if the head of the snake has been cut off long ago, and now we're watching the tail flail around and try to fight back? We know their playbook. We knew they would move it to Singapore. Singapore is a city-state, just like Vatican City. And it's perfect. Fine. Let them run. Let them move the gold there. It's perfect because maybe we can surround them on both sides of that waterway. I mean, don't you want to ask, like, why? Why move it so suddenly? Why does it look like you're running? Is it because you committed crimes against humanity, Executive Order 13818, and you know it's about to happen? Total military takeover, martial law? And this isn't just crimes against humanity. The U.S. government has repeatedly fined JP Morgan and Chase for manipulating the price of silver and gold. The U.S. government literally described JP Morgan and Chase's metal desk as a, quote, criminal enterprise. I mean, the criminal activity is just ridiculous. The fines didn't even faze JP Morgan and Chase. In fact, they essentially accepted them and factored them into their budget of just doing business. I mean, what? This company was literally manipulating the price of precious metals and being fined by the government repeatedly. But they just kept getting away with it. Like, so now, all of a sudden, in the middle of the night last week, JP Morgan and Chase decides to move their entire gold metal desk over to Singapore, a sovereign city-state, just like the Vatican City. Come on. It looks like they're running. But I think it's going to be okay. Because there's a world alliance of good military in control right now. They stood up there in 2017 on the inauguration. And COVID went away. We weren't all forced vaccinated. We weren't all thrown in FEMA camps. We weren't arrested because we voted for Trump. Executive orders have been passed to save children, stop trafficking, and stop money laundering. ICE is in every major city, stopping human trafficking and rescuing children. Jeffrey Epstein has been arrested. Ghislaine Maxwell has been arrested. And I bet this one will turn out good too.
According to a new bombshell report from the New York Times, Somalian migrants in Minnesota have defrauded nearly $1 billion in taxpayer-funded benefits under Democrat Governor Walz's leadership.
This was the biggest COVID scam in American history.
A nonprofit and its affiliates with these Somali migrants claim to have fed tens of thousands of American children during the pandemic. They were reimbursed for those meals by taxpayers. However, federal prosecutors found that almost all of those meals were never even delivered to hungry children. In fact, those organizations' leaders spent the money on houses, luxury cars, and real estate in Turkey and Kenya.
Somalis were stealing your money right under Tim Walz's nose. And this didn't come out of the blue. There were red flags and whistleblowers. But the Somalis played the race card. They said they'd sue and go to the press if the funds didn't come through. This was right after the Floyd riots. Walz didn't want the racial heat. Minnesota Democrats also didn't want to tick off one of their most powerful voting blocs. We've been importing thousands of Somalians into Minnesota for decades, and they've been feasting on Minnesota's welfare programs. Now they're political heavyweights. So when government whistleblowers told Walz what was happening, he tried shutting them up, they say. Tim Walz systematically retaliated against whistleblowers using monitoring, threats, repression, and did his best to discredit fraud reports.
President, as you said, it has been a historic year at the Department of War. Recruiting and retention over this year are at the most historic levels our country has ever seen.
And probably one of the strongest borders in the history of the world, because we have nobody coming through. And I want to thank our people. The Border Patrol is so amazing, ICE, and I want to thank the military for the backup, because they're standing right behind them. And that was really nasty for a period of months, and now it's no longer nasty. Now they don't even come up. Nobody comes up. It's an easy job. It made your job a lot easier. For 6 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted into the United States. You believe that? 0. We had millions of people coming in a year, millions. Now we have 0. It's going to have a huge positive impact because Obamacare is a disaster. I said it years ago, and I say it now. And the money should be paid, taken away from the insurance company. Obamacare was made to make the insurance companies rich. Their stocks have gone up 1,000% in a short period of time because the money goes to the insurance company. I want the money to go to the people.
I'm stupid. You're smart. I was wrong. You were right. You're the best. I'm the worst. You're very good looking. I'm not attractive.
It's a motherfucking EJP.
If you think about what Joe Biden did with the Department of Homeland Security, he used this department to invade the country with terrorists. He opened up the borders, let anybody come in that wanted to. He put them on airplanes. He let them through our airports. If they could figure out a way to get to our shores and in our country, he just opened the door and invited them in. So it's our job to get them out. And I want to thank you for this team because I look around the table and I think every single person here has helped me do my job over the last year.
On another note tonight, the Trump White House and the Biden White House seem to have a very different take on how to celebrate the birth of Jesus Christ. Joe and Jill Biden used the holiday to virtue signal and to push woke LGBTQIA plus things. That was their agenda. And that agenda was rejected by America resoundingly last year. But here's a look back at the Biden family Christmas. That's stupid. Never made much sense, did it? Did this ever make sense to you? Right? What is happening here? Right? It wasn't festive and cute. It was disturbing. And now take a look at the 2025 White House Christmas, the Trump Christmas, just completed today. You might be noticing that not included in the Melania Trump Christmas setup is anything from the Biden Christmas setup, where an auto pen replaced the traditional star on top of the tree. The White House returned to traditional values, and it probably looks a lot like your house looks tonight, too, and that's a good thing.
When the Germans got to Antarctica, what they found were massive cities that were highly technological. And these buildings were not just on the surface, they went deep down underground. So they began relocating a massive amount of equipment and personnel to Antarctica, repressurizing these ancient facilities and reoccupying them.
I want to update people. First, there'll be a lot of questions about the condition. I want to say I'm not the doctor. I'm not going to try to pretend to be so. What I will say is that Andrew remains in serious condition. We did have some positive news that we were told that Andrew was asked if he could hear the nurse who asked the question to give a thumbs up, and he did respond. And we were told that he also wiggled his toes. So we take that as a positive sign.
We're the United States of America. Be proud to be an American. Life is no game. There's no timeouts. There's no substitutions. You got to play every play. Sometimes you got to play hurt, but it must be done.
7 warships down to the coast of Venezuela. That's almost 15,000 troops on board, okay? Those ships, or in support of, are well over 100 aircraft on those things. We currently have 8 to 10 million pounds of munition, bullets, bombs, rockets, you name it. We have a lot, okay? Oh, FYI, this is just one of our 11 carrier battle groups, should we need it. This is also me on board the USS Gerald R. Ford before it went to Venezuela, with Secretary of the Navy John Phelan, which we were talking about them training for this exact type of mission profile. And this was a couple months ago. This is now floating off the coast of Venezuela, much of which is On board of that, a quarter-mile-long ship powered by not one but two nuclear reactors capable of speeds that would be pretty uncomfortable on a jet ski. Again, the ability to eliminate the entire country of Venezuela is not a question here. I think Maduro knows this, which is why Trump unilaterally declared Venezuelan airspace no-fly zone. The destroyers have enough Tomahawk missiles to render pretty much every airfield in the country unusable within a few minutes if we want to, and our own air assets can arm, fuel, and launch or relaunch or land a plane every minute to back that up. So it's, again, not a matter of whether we can, it's a matter of whether or not we should, and what avenue we take, and to what end result. So enter the Situation Room with me. See, in the military, we have this thing called a warning order. That's the overall brief, what would be given in a room like this, to whatever the objective is. And here's what's going on behind those closed doors. Striking these drug boats is not the end result. Striking these drug boats is twofold. One, to stop drugs from coming into the country from a declared terrorist entity, which makes it legal now because the cartels have been declared terrorists.
Set very ambitious goals because I'm quite optimistic. If you look at, say, the 20 diseases that our global health program goes after, I'd hope that within 15 years, over half of those, we could have had a very dramatic impact. Some of them will prove to be harder than others. For example, AIDS, we will have made an improvement, but not the dramatic improvement probably in that time frame. Malaria, perhaps, and a number of the other ones, we have things in the pipeline. So, huge change in the mortality rates in developing countries, which then has this effect of reducing population growth. That's this big benefit that then makes everything like education and nutrition a lot easier. So, which then has this effect of reducing population growth. Which then has this effect of reducing population growth. Which then has this effect of reducing population growth. That's. And so I wake in the morning and I step outside and I take a deep breath and get real high and I sit to the top of my lungs.
What the fuck was that? What the fuck was that?
What's going on?
What the fuck is this?
What the man?
What the fuck is that? What the fuck?
What the fuck is all this, huh?
What's going on? And I say,
What the fuck just happened, bro? What?
What the fuck?
What the fuck is wrong with you?
They don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Hello, Patriots. God bless you all, and welcome to Patriot News Broadcasting. It's good to see you guys and gals. Guys, gals, your pets. You got your pets with you? I'm usually surrounded by between 1 and 3 dogs at any time. Good to have you all here. Kind of a long intro, but it's a long day. A lot of news today to look at, which makes me tired. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Still sporting the Save Tina thing, you know. Just gonna keep it going and going and going and going. It's been an interesting day, but, you know, I was watching Trump talk earlier, and I yelled, hello to Yamingus. It's nice to see somebody there. I was watching that while I worked on stuff. And my God, the chat's full of some ridiculous people, but a lot of confused people. Or a lot of people that don't quite look at things the way we do, that are still looking at things on the surface, I guess. But it made me think when I was watching Trump and his cabinet sitting there talk, you know, and thinking about him talking about central casting all the time. And in a way, Trump's an actor of sorts. He's a cameraman. He's good in front of the camera, right? And depending on how deep you get into things and what you believe, or if you, for instance, followed like Negative 48, it got way deep on that side of things, because the theory there was that John F. Kennedy Sr., not Jr., had faked his death and had lived on, and that Trump was sort of just the actor president side of things. I know it's deep. It makes you go, huh? It's like, to some people, saying something like that's probably talking like, you gotta be on Mars or something, man, you know, but I'm just telling you what people say out there, the different things that people believe, and it's all interesting. It's very interesting, you have to admit. No matter what you believe, proof? I mean, your guess is as good as mine. I mean, but the guy said a lot of interesting things, and who knows, you know, and then I was also thinking about the Patrick Byrne video here in the intro, and the way he talked about what Elon Musk said and everything. It makes you wonder what the deeper side of things actually is. And some people talk like there's a much, much bigger war out there that we're being prepared for, if that makes any sense on this level of things. I know we're not always on surface level in our conversations here, but I like to bounce around and look at what the Patriot community is talking about. Charlie Kirk, I mean, if you believe, even bringing it more surface level than anything, like if you listen to Derek Johnson and what he says, it's fascinating. And I think there is a deeper side of things, and some people don't talk about it, and that's because this stuff's not really important right now. Because when you talk about that stuff, there's people out there who do think you're on Mars, and you kind of have to talk to them on a surface level, because to other people, different things are important. And I get that. I get that everybody's on a different level of what's important in their lives. So, all that being said, let's look at some things. We got a whole bunch of things to look at. You know, Chuck Schumer had a real problem with the Franklin targets narco terrorist meme from Pete Hegseth. So they had to put out a few more. Franklin avoids food poisoning. And my favorite, Franklin questions the official story of 9/11. I personally would order that one first, but that's hilarious, in my opinion, because I remember these books specifically, and some of you probably remember those books. It's funny that Pete Hegseth remember those books, but he does have a ton of children. The picture I saw of him today with his wife, they had 7 kids with him. So, you know, I get it. Looking at different things, Donald Trump shared this post. Remember this? Anna Paulina Luna did something no other member of Congress did. She entered into the record the $32 million Adam Schiff misappropriated for the Russia collusion lie. Trump voided the auto pen pardon, so Schiff must stand trial for all of his crimes. Yeah, he's definitely screwed. Bibi seeing ghosts everywhere. U.S. alarmed by Israel's Syria strikes, but Trump told him to stay out of Syria, more or less. It's kind of a whole other story, really. This was kind of interesting. I gotta make it bigger. The United States has assumed the 2026 presidency of the G20. The best is yet to come from the Department of State. I don't know if this is like, hey, we're just going to take over the G20 or what. Effective today, which was yesterday, the United States has assumed the 2026 presidency of the Group of 20, G20. Under President Trump's leadership, we will return the G20 to focusing on its core mission of driving economic growth and prosperity to produce results. I could have sworn this was in South Africa. Maybe I'm missing something, but as we usher in these much-needed reforms, we will prioritize 3 core themes: unleashing economic prosperity by limiting regulatory burdens, unlocking affordable and secure energy supply chains, and pioneering new technologies and innovations. We look forward to hosting the G20 Leaders Summit in one of America's greatest cities, Miami, Florida, during the 250th anniversary year of the United States. And it's got the official website there if you want more information. Trump's done some interesting things today, for sure. And posted some interesting things. More posts about tribunals. When the Director of National Intelligence tells the public that Obama committed treason and President Trump is your president, you can 100% know we will see his military tribunal. It's nice to see Trump posting that again and again and again. Puts a little smile on your face. Trump suggests that Michelle Obama used Biden's auto pen. A shocking claim explodes online. From 7 p.m. until midnight, Trump posted more than 160 times, mostly using content from MAGA-friendly influencers such as YouTube Benny Johnson. He suggests Michelle Obama use Biden's auto pen. Huh. Okay. For what? For what? That's the question. The classified annex from John Durham's final report was found in the burn bags, which likely reveals many of the government actors who instigated and corruptly spread the phony collusion narrative, despite knowing that it was totally untrue. We did not get John Durham's final report, but now we have it. that should be pretty interesting. Like, that didn't just happen by accident. I don't know. Goo goo gaga. Kids are kind of lucky. The Trump accounts, the billionaire patriot put $250 in the accounts of 250 million American kids. And it goes up to more than that starting out. Let's see if I can read some of this here. This is for kids. U.S. citizens born between 2025 and 2028 is how this will work. Must have a social security number. Account with $1,000 from the U.S. government for babies. Invested in select stocks and ETFs. Tax-free growth until withdrawn at the age of 18. A parent can contribute up to $5,000 annually. Employers up to $2,500. Money can be withdrawn at the age of 18 for education and other qualifying uses. After 18, the account functions like a traditional IRA. It's pretty cool. You gotta admit, I like it. It's something that hopefully extends beyond 2028. Pretty cool, though. I thought that was cool. Dan Scavino posted an interesting one. Not everyone who reaches out truly wants to help. He shows a guy in a pit, and the other guy's reaching his arm down. He's not announcing that he's got a ladder next to him. It's you kind of get the gist. I feel like he's talking about Zelensky here, maybe, but I could be wrong. I don't know. What do you guys think? He's got some interesting stuff. Imagine if Donald J. Trump and his family had been part of a silent war military operation since the 1880s. The truth is being made known. That's a thinker, huh? What do you guys think of that one? His family since the 1880s. Very possible. It's my favorite meme of the day. Joe Biden's most legendary quote of all time. What? It's been a long day. What can I say? Let's look at some news. We talked about this briefly yesterday. Bernie Moreno, the Ohio senator, is introducing the bill that would ban Americans from holding dual citizenship. You got to pick a country. You have to pick one. Where am I at? One country. So there's that. We will have to wait and see how that goes. In Chicago, it seems like they voted unanimously to approve this guaranteed income program, allocating $7.5 million in Cook County's $10.12 billion fiscal year 2026 budget for permanent universal basic income for low-income families. Interesting. Let's take a little peek.
It is time for the hot topic of the hour. One of the country's largest counties now securing a universal basic income program where low-income households are guaranteed monthly payments. Fox Business's Kelly Saberi is live from Chicago, where this program is unfolding after a lot of public discourse over this decision. Kelly.
Good morning, Cheryl. This is what we know so far. $7.5 million will go towards this program, but who qualifies, how much the payments will be, and what recipients can spend this money on are still up in the air. The group Economic Security Illinois says almost all of the participants use these payments of Cook County's 2022 pilot program for their basic necessities. Cook County once had the nation's largest such program, using money from the American Rescue Plan Act. For 2 years, monthly payments of $500 were given to 3,250 households, no strings attached. 56% of those in the program were employed with an average income of $21,000. Now, 94% of recipients said the money went to emergency expenses, while an Illinois think tank says that they don't believe this this money for these people is not worth the expense to Illinois taxpayers. Listen to this.
There are over 700,000 individuals in Cook County who are below the federal poverty line.
Yeah, right. So 3,000 in that last program. I don't know how that worked exactly, but number one, somebody's obviously paying for it, but there's a lot of strings attached. It sounds like, like we may make it so you can only pay this with it, and I don't know. Illinois is a pain in the ass in everything you try to do here. I do not live in Cook County, though. Thank God. Volodymyr is up there urging an end to the war, not just a pause in the fighting. Sometimes I just want to backslap him, I don't know. He's something else. He knows it's all on him at this point. Russia's made it clear that they want peace, that they would accept peace. The only thing that stands in the way of all this is the damn Donbass region, the land. Who takes the land? Well, what does he want? It's not like he won or something. Russia's a giant country. There's no chance he's ever winning. And it's like, what makes him think he's entitled to the Donbass? And the problem is, really, truly, the European Union that is behind all this, trying to stir up World War III, basically. And we'll talk about that more. Witkoff's making the rounds again. He was with Putin today. I think he's with Zelensky tomorrow. Zelensky's making the rounds also. He was with... he was in France the other day, and now he was in Ireland today, making his European rounds. It's ridiculous. So let me show you a couple things. First, I want to show you what Witkoff's saying.
This morning, the U.S. delegation set to meet President Putin, leaving a Moscow airport in a motorcade, continuing to push a U.S.-backed peace proposal revised after days of negotiations with Ukraine.
I think the administration feels very optimistic.
Ahead of the meeting, the Kremlin releasing footage of Putin in military uniform, being briefed on the war. Appearing emotional over the, quote, slaughter of Ukrainian soldiers by his own Russian troops, but blaming Kyiv for the deaths. Putin, who ordered the invasion of Ukraine, calling it a tragedy for the Ukrainian people.
Yeah, did he order the invasion? That's a whole deeper question, but... Of course, like I said, Zelensky was in France.
This week could be a critical week in the war in Ukraine as US-led efforts to bring the nearly 4-year conflict to an end gather steam. A lot depends on Ukraine, but perhaps more depends on Russia.
More depends on the European Union than anything, meaning France and Germany and the United Kingdom and the people behind all this. Macron, Starmer. And so, Putin basically laid it out today. If Europe wants war with Russia, that's what we can do. He's accusing the Europeans of sabotaging peace efforts with unacceptable amendments to proposals, which, like I said, is exactly what's happening. And so this is what he said today.
I've said that 100 times. We have no plans of fighting against Europe. But if Europe wants to fight and they start this fight, then we are ready right now. There is no doubt about this. But the only question is, if Europe starts the war, unleashes this war, because that's not Ukraine. With Ukraine, thirdly, they have no peace agenda. They are warmongers. Even when they are trying, allegedly, to introduce some changes, some adjustments to the President Trump's proposal, all these changes have only one goal in mind. They are aimed at blocking and putting to a halt this peace process. They are trying to make demands that are unacceptable for Russia, and they understand this, and then later they would try to blame Russia, accuse Russia of stopping this peace process.
Yeah, and even the Eastern European countries are all in on. I mean, you got Poland and a bunch of countries. Trump basically said the same thing, interestingly enough, that Ukraine is part of sabotaging this process. Oh, come on now.
His remarks have forced Western capitals to confront a problem Russian officials say has derailed peace efforts for months. Moscow argues Trump's comments publicly confirm what Russia has warned about since the war began. Ukraine's internal corruption makes negotiations unreliable. Analysts say NATO states avoided addressing this openly, even as the topic resurfaces at the highest political levels.
All this is going to fall apart. The whole, I would say the puzzle's coming together, but their puzzle's falling apart. Their cloak is slipping. You're going to start seeing more of the real Ukraine and more of what the leaders of Europe are trying to use Russia for. And of course, we know that on a larger level here, it's all sort of orchestrated like a fine dance. These are the people that were part of the contribution to the Children's Fund. Michael and Susan Dell, he and his wife pledged $6.25 billion. I'll show you what they had to say.
This is really exciting.
Absolutely. It's a very special moment. We're making a $6.25 billion investment in America's kids through our charitable funds.
Next year, every American child will be able to get an investment account powered by Invest America.
We've seen what happens when a child gets even a small financial head start. Their world expands.
The real power of these accounts is that anyone can contribute. Parents, relatives, friends, everyone can help shape a child's future.
To philanthropists, companies, community leaders, if you want to be part of something truly meaningful for our kids, for our communities, for our country, join us.
And to parents and caregivers, stay tuned and get ready to activate your child's account. Every contribution can grow over the years, just like your child.
Together, we can make possibility something every child can count on.
And that's a future worth investing in.
Hey, she's kind of scary looking. I don't mean to sound rude, but I feel like she would eat your children. Moving forward, this is pretty fascinating, really. The federal vaccine advisors selected by Robert F. Kennedy Jr. were planning a vote and discussing this. And what they're talking about doing is getting rid of the Hep B vaccine for newborns, examining whether it's worth the risks. And I guarantee you it's not. It's not even good for people that are adults, to be honest with you. And since the media won't talk about it, it's best summed up once again by Dr. Zach Rubin.
Holy cow, folks. RFK Jr.'s Vaccine Advisory Committee from the CDC is going to meet on December 4th and 5th, which is a significant delay from their usual meeting that happens in late October. What they're going to discuss is the hepatitis B vaccine for that first dose given at 24 hours of life. They initially tried to delay it by at least a month in their initial vote that happened several months ago, but the voting question was very confusing, and they decided to table it and reword the question. We don't know what that's going to be at this time, and they're apparently going to discuss over those 2 days various aspects of the childhood immunization schedule, which, as we know by now, the group is highly incompetent and full of anti-vaxxers. There's going to be a lot of rhetoric, and you're going to probably hear this on social media over the coming weeks, saying that the hepatitis B virus only transmits through mom to baby, through sexual contact or shared needles, which that's only part of the issue. You could still get silent transmission from close contacts at the hospital or at home, which is why that first dose is given at 24 hours. Examples include if there's an accidentally scratch, scrape, bite, or used utensils or toothbrushes could theoretically transmit it. And there are several cases in the past that were transmitted where there was no known risk factor. So by giving it 24 hours of life, you significantly reduce the risk of babies getting hepatitis B, which infected infants have a 90% chance of developing chronic liver disease, which can increase the risk of liver cancer, needing a liver transplant, and premature death.
Yeah, I mean, you don't hear about many Hep B cases. Hep C is probably more of a problem with everybody using needles and drugs, but I don't know. The point being, they're gonna be meeting on it in the next few days and talking about it. You really think that was a man? I think the Dell woman was a Dell man. Okay. Moving on to Venezuela. This post here is probably the most passed around post of the day, shared by Donald Trump. Venezuelan president just publicly surrendered to President Trump. Maduro's now turned in state evidence against the Biden admin, is releasing proof that Biden asked the Venezuelan government to ship Tren de Aragua drug gangs into the U.S. This story we have heard a little bit about before, but I think people kind of forgot about it, which is why I think that somebody posted the other day about how they think rather than see a war happen here, you're going to see some type of agreement or surrender or something where we get that particular evidence that he's talking about there, should said evidence exist. Aside from that, and I'll play the video here, Venezuela did reauthorize deportation flights from the United States. Think about that for a second. Venezuela reauthorized deportation flights from the United States. All right. We'll put those two stories together. You know, there's something happening behind the scenes, big time. Let me put the video up. Oh, yeah, it's from SGN. According to new reporting, Maduro is being pressured by his inner circle to stay in Venezuela despite offers of luxurious exile abroad. His officials are telling him U.S. intel teams are already operating inside the country and would intercept him if he attempts to flee. Let me play the video here. And Captain Kyle put up a post about the video. Let me go ahead and see, because I think most of it's just him speaking in Spanish.
Utilizar la campaña de la administración Biden sobre el tema del Tren de Aragua. Yo sobre eso tengo una posición muy clara. Le digo al presidente Donald Trump, con respeto, pida los informes de los últimos 4 años del FBI y la DEA, de las oficinas en Colombia, para que ustedes vean, presidente Trump, quiénes financiaron, quiénes movieron, quiénes dirigieron al famoso Tren de Aragua, quiénes lo llevaron a Colombia, quiénes lo llevaron a Estados Unidos. Y pida los informes verídicos para que sepa que aquí en Venezuela nosotros derrotamos, desmembramos y acabamos con ese grupo delincuencial, violento, que pretendió utilizarse.
So he's saying basically that, ask for the evidence. We've got 4 years worth of files. Ask who ordered, asked to send the gangs up from Venezuela and Colombia. Pretty interesting, huh? So, yeah. And also, of course, made the claim that they dismembered Tren de Aragua in Venezuela, which, What do you guys think of that, though? Just wait. Give it time. You'll see something happen. Trump says he's going to nominate a new Fed chairman early next year. Let's take a look.
Since last January, we've stopped inflation in its tracks. And there's still more to do. There's always more to do, but we have it down to a very good level. It's going to go down a little bit further. You want to have a little tiny bit of inflation. Otherwise, that's not good either. Then you have a thing called deflation. And deflation can be worse than inflation. But we have it almost, we'll soon be at a perfect level. But we inherited the worst inflation. But we have 20 states that are now selling gasoline at less than the $2.75, think of that, $2.75. And it was at $5 under Sleepy Joe. Grocery prices are down with the cost of Thanksgiving turkey this year down 33%. It was lower than 33% lower than under the Biden administration. Egg prices are way down 86%. Thank you. And mortgage rates, despite the fact that we have an incompetent chairman of the Fed, a real dope, who should reduce rates. I saw even Jamie Dimon said he should be reducing rates. I never saw Jamie Dimon say that. I wonder why he said that. Yeah. But he really said it because he's right. But we have a guy that's just a stubborn ox who probably doesn't like your president, your favorite president. But they're going to be coming down. We'll be announcing somebody probably early next year for the new chairman of the Fed. I talked to Scott about taking the job, but he doesn't want it. You got the greatest job here.
Yes, sir.
Right? He said, no, I want to stay chairman. I want to stay right where we are, Treasury. And I think we're doing really great, aren't we? Yeah?
We're doing great, sir.
Scott Bessent's pretty cool, actually. Anyway, we'll have to wait and see who he picks for the new Fed chair. The truck driver from the California wreck, or I think it was in California, it was Oregon. Another illegal alien truck driver killed another couple, and it was connected to Gavin Newsom once again.
Breaking news as we come on the air. Federal officials say a truck driver charged in a deadly crash on Highway 20 last week is in the U.S. illegally. The Department of Homeland Security confirmed tonight ICE filed an arrest warrant for 32-year-old Rajinder Kumar of Fresno, California. Here's an image of Rajinder. The Department of Homeland Security says he's originally from India. Oregon State Police say Kumar's semi jackknifed on Highway 20 last week. 2 people drove into it and were killed. 25-year-old William Carter of Springfield and 24-year-old Jennifer Lower of John Day. The newlyweds had just married 16 days earlier.
You know, I think the only way we're going to get these weaponized semi-trucks off the roads is to start holding the trucking companies that are employing them responsible too. I don't know how else you could really, you know, clearly somebody's hiring them. I mean, I don't know. I just don't know. But gotta fix it somehow. SNAP, starting next week, 21 Democrat-controlled states, probably the ones suing the government, will lose federal SNAP funding for refusing to comply with USDA anti-fraud data requirements, which, you know, is kind of ridiculous. But in the states that did not comply, they found 186,000 dead people, Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people that received benefits more than twice. Multiple people received benefits in 6 states. In February, for the first time ever, the federal government asked for all states to turn over their data to root out the fraud. 29 red states said yes. 21 blue states said no. A lot of them, like I said, were suing the government. You got California, Colorado, Connecticut, Delaware, Hawaii, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Michigan, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, Vermont, Virginia, and Washington. And so what does that mean exactly? Losing your federal SNAP funding.
We have so much great things to talk about at USDA, but the third thing, which became very much a part of the national conversation during the Democrat shutdown, was SNAP reform, food stamp reform. When all of America saw what so many of us know and have been working on, but when you have so much rampant fraud in a program that 42 million Americans participate in, now big good piece of news that I hope is written about. Since you became president, about 800,000 of those 42 million have moved off of food stamps, which is hopefully the plan, with better jobs, higher wages, etc. But still, when we found 186,000 dead people, or dead people's Social Security numbers being used, 500,000 people receiving benefits more than twice. We had a couple of people receiving benefits in 6 states. In February of this year, we asked for all the states for the first time to turn over their data to the federal government, to let the USDA partner with them to root out this fraud, to make sure.
I mean, just since Trump's been president again, you picture the amount of fraud and corruption they've talked about. And if you tried to put a number on it, a dollar amount, I'm not sure I'm sure they can, but it's got to be enormous. You know, the amount of money that's being ripped off from the taxpayers is freaking horrible. Yeah. People receiving it in 6 states. They're cleaning it up. It's all got to change. Wait till you see what Trump's doing for the people that have medals of honor. It's pretty cool. It's in here somewhere. Great news for Dallas County, Texas. They just went to all paper ballots. Many others are following suit. More accurate, totally secure with watermark paper. Faster and only 9% of the cost. All Republican governors should mandatorily do this. Save money and freedom, lead the Democrats out of their corrupt ways. Absolutely. Absolutely. Sean Duffy in Minnesota. Tim Walz, James Woods said this today. He's not going to survive his own government employees joining together and blowing the whistle on his corruption in mass. And that's exactly what's happening. And they've said some scary things. And you probably heard it in the intro, the threats and everything. Just one day after 400 brave employees from Minnesota DHS exposed massive fraud, 400 employees U.S. DOT has discovered that 1/3 of non-domiciled CDLs were issued illegally in the state. So Minnesota's responsible for truckers as much as California is. You find that out as well. It's pretty disturbing. And Tim Walz, he's going to go down for it. We talked about this briefly the other day as well. The Trump administration's ordering the U.S. Embassy to collect data on migrant crime in Australia, not just Australia, but quite a few other countries. He's wanting the whole world to start collecting their data on migrant crime.
Now, the Trump administration has made an interesting move. They are telling their Australian embassy staff to start to calculate and collate statistics on crimes committed by migrants in this country. It's not just in Australia. They've asked embassies in New Zealand, Canada, and throughout Europe to do the same thing. Curiously, they've not told local governments that they're doing this. They've just instructed their embassy officials to do it. And here is why. This is a statement from the US State Department. We love the Australian people. We just want to warn our friends that if you import a rapid number of individuals of any background, particularly of a culture that's radically different from Australia's, without any sort of mechanism for diffusing the impact, that can lead to political unrest and can lead to economic instability. So clearly the Trump administration, using their embassies to start to build a case, therefore to argue to different governments that your immigration policy, and bear in mind,
nationalization is what it is. It's not that the United States is against people coming here by any means, but when you start blaring Islamic prayers over loudspeakers and things, you're changing the culture, and that's not what we're about. Some of the new press people at the Pentagon showing off a little bit. Laura Loomer, the Washington Post, used to occupy this desk inside the Pentagon press room. Fearless Media now on this side. And a lot of others were showing off as they're the media now as far as that goes. It's kind of interesting. It's an interesting new day there. On the other side of things, Democrat Representative Shri Thanadar, who's born in India, as well as some other people, are calling for the impeachment of Pete Hegseth for ordering strikes on Venezuelan drug boats.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. A question for both you and maybe a little more for Vice Chair Luke, as you discussed Secretary Hegseth in your opening statement. But is impeachment for the defense secretary, is that something that should be on the table, and would you guys potentially support that right now, especially if the facts regarding this alleged follow-on strike on the shipwreck are borne out?
Yeah, let's not draw the conclusion before we hear the evidence. I appreciate that both Senate majority and minority members, as well as House Armed Services members, Chairman Rogers and Ranking Member Smith, indicated that they want a full accountability to what's happening in Venezuela, especially with the strike, as the Vice Chair mentioned. That's where this should start. Look, Republicans are not going to impeach Pete Hegseth. We feel he should resign. The Vice Chair said that multiple times from this podium. I've said he's the most unqualified Secretary of Defense that we've ever had in this country. So that's how we personally feel. But when it comes...
And yet he's doing a damn good job. So there's that. And no, the Republicans are not going to impeach Pete Hegseth. The former EU foreign policy chief and ex-top diplomat Federica Mogherini has been arrested on fraud charges. And this is Belgium that was
We
behind
can
this
confirm
arrest.
that the police was today at the AS buildings, and this is part of the ongoing investigation of the activities that took place before in the previous mandate. And there is nothing more we can provide you.
Yeah, the EU's not saying much, but the media's got a little bit more.
The EU's former foreign policy chief, Federica Mogherini, was reportedly detained in police raids as part of an anti-fraud investigation, according to Belgian media. Mogherini was among 3 suspects taken for questioning on Tuesday morning after Belgian authorities searched the offices of the European External Action Service. Her name was revealed by newspapers L'Echo and Le Soir, citing sources. According to Le Soir, the second detainee is Stefano Sannino, a top director at the Commission for the Middle East, North Africa and the Gulf. The third individual is reportedly a manager at the College of Europe. Tuesday's raids were carried out at the request of the European Public Prosecutor's Office.
Interesting to see corruption charges happening really all over the world. General Flynn responded to this post. Remember then they said shit like this was just a conspiracy. 4 men have been charged over the and she's talking about the satanic sex abuse ring in Sydney, and he says it's only a conspiracy theory until the depraved sickos get caught. Now it's a conspiracy and it's international. I thought it was a good post. Moving on. The Federal Reserve just pumped $13.5 billion in the U.S. banking system through overnight repos. This is the second largest liquidity injection since COVID and surpasses even the peak of the dot-com bubble. Probably fine. Carry on. The chart shows banks scrambling for short-term liquidity. They submitted $25 billion in Treasury plus mortgage-backed collateral, and the Fed accepted all of it. Why does that matter? Because healthy banks don't need emergency overnight cash. They only tap the repo window when liquidity is tight and balance sheets are stressed. And here's the kicker. This is happening at the exact same time gold and silver are breaking all-time highs. This is happening right after rate cuts began. This is happening while the broader system is already showing cracks. When the Fed starts supplying cash overnight like this, it's usually because banks don't trust each other, they're short on high-quality collateral, liquidity is evaporating, and something behind the scenes is tightening up. In other words, the system is signaling stress, while real assets are signaling strength, and gold is pumping. So there's that for anyone who's interested to know about that. Former Honduran President Juan Orlando Hernandez was released from prison today following Trump's pardon. I'll show you this.
The Federal Bureau of Prisons confirmed today that former Honduras President Juan Orlando Hernandez, sentenced last year to 45 years in prison for drug trafficking and firearm charges, was released from federal prison today. Hernandez, who was convicted in 2024 of helping drug traffickers move more than 400 tons of cocaine to the United States, was released from prison in West Virginia following a pardon from President Donald Trump. Hernandez was sentenced to federal prison last year for taking millions of dollars in bribes from drug traffickers so that they could move what they describe as mountains of cocaine through Honduras to the United States. His release came days after a presidential election in Honduras, in which Trump has backed the Conservative National Party candidate over his liberal opponent. The latest vote count showed both candidates practically tied, just holding under 40% of the vote.
Yeah, so there's that, of course. It's from SG Anon. This was the most critical moment of today's cabinet meeting. Vice President J.D. Vance directly called out Democrats for engineering the affordability crisis that's locking Americans out of the American dream. Yes, I know that doesn't sound like much right there, but nobody ever really talks about the fact that it was engineered from the beginning to kill the American dream in the middle class. I mean, they do in some ways, but I watched the Midwest just die, the middle class die. We all watched the middle class die. We are the middle class. We're the middle class. President Trump just signed a law that gives Medal of Honor recipients the first pension raise in 25 years. Their pay is increasing from $16,880 per year to over $67,000, taking care of those who are willing to give the ultimate sacrifice for America. That's quite a pay raise, wouldn't you say? Anyone with the Medal of Honor, that's a heck of a pension raise. It's about time to see something like that. Better these people get that money than the illegals and everyone breaking the law, you know. I'm dumbfounded, really. It's amazing. And in housing, he's announcing an overhaul of how it will reallocate funds for housing the homeless. $3.9 billion in funds previously used to place people in housing will now go to transitional programs with work requirements and for mandatory treatment for addiction or mental illness. It is kind of common sense reform that we need, you know, and I'll show you a little bit here.
Has announced a sweeping overhaul of how it will reallocate funds for housing and the homeless, triggering concerns that it could lead to more people living on the street. The changes involve $3.9 billion in funds previously used to place people in permanent housing. That money will now be shifted to transitional programs with work requirements and for mandatory treatment for addiction or mental illness. For more on what's at stake and the potential impact, I'm joined by Jennifer Ludden of NPR. Good to see you.
Hi there.
Thanks for being.
You know what it is? It's instead of just putting people in housing, it's getting to the root of the problem. That somebody's either mentally ill or they're a drug addict or there's some kind of problem if you're living on the streets. This is a way to get to the root of the problem instead of just getting them out of the way, you know. And work requirements, you know, they figure out how all that works. I mean, it's going to be something that'll get better once more jobs are available, which is going to happen. And the tariff money, just wait until the tariff money kicks in. He told you a bunch of times today that we're going to have a heck of a tax season. D.C. National Guard shooting suspect had his first court appearance today where he pled not guilty.
While the shooting was 6 days ago, the suspect has been in the hospital and unable to appear before the court. So this was his first hearing to determine if there was enough evidence to proceed. Lockenwall appeared virtually from his hospital bed as the charges were read. His attorney entered a not guilty plea and argued for his release. This 8-page charging document lays out some of the government's evidence as well as a first-hand narrative of the moments before and after the shooting from the West Virginia National Guard major who witnessed the attack and exchanged gunfire with the suspect. According to the charging document, Lockenwall shouted "Allah Akbar" as he repeatedly fired his weapon until it was empty, then tried to reload his gun. According to the charging document, the major and a uniformed Secret Service officer then subdued the suspect. The charging document also reveals Army Specialist Sarah Beckstrom, who died from her injuries, was shot in the back of her head.
And if you saw in the intro, things are at least looking up for the other National Guard member. He did sort of respond a little bit today to the nurses and stuff, so that was a miracle, really, and a good thing. Kash Patel is being investigated now by the Democrats for using the FBI jet for date night. It's so hypocritical. So hypocritical.
It's the oldest story in the book. He's just looting public funds for private use. So he's been using a government jet for personal flights and lavish vacations. He's been taking his girlfriend on overnight dates on a $60 million government jet.
House Democrats have launched an investigation into FBI Director Kash Patel's use of a government jet for personal trips. They're accusing him of flying the FBI's Gulfstream G550 on non-official excursions during the government shutdown. In a letter to Patel, ranking members Jamie Raskin and Sidney Kamlager-Dove cite flight records and social media posts as evidence. They allege he took the jet on October 25th to Pennsylvania for an overnight date, attending his girlfriend's wrestling event at Penn State before heading to Nashville with her. Reports also claim he visited a luxury hunting resort in Texas that same weekend. The lawmakers say Patel fired a 27-year-old veteran special agent overseeing aviation operations after public scrutiny, creating instability just before bomb threats hit Reagan National Airport. They further accuse him of hiding future trips by removing the jet from public tracking and using it for a private golf outing to Scotland.
He's the only one, he said, that's made it public what they do with the jet even. So it's very hypocritical. You could dig up the kinds of things they did when they were in office. It's just absolutely ridiculous and a stunt, a media stunt, more or less. This story is just absolutely tragic, and the manhunt continues for the multiple shooters who killed 4 people at a toddler's birthday party. The FBI is offering a reward of $50,000.
I actually thought it was my balloons popping. It was gunshots. I'm a mother of 3, so for me to see kids on the floor and just bleeding and I can't help them. Try not to be in public all the time with your kids because anything can happen and bullet does not have a name. I believe that if you guys ever have a birthday party, just have a birthday party indoors.
I didn't see any tears.
I threw a birthday party for my little daughter. She actually turned 2, and I just wanted all my family to come together, and everybody's getting together around and just start cutting the cake, and all we heard was gunshots, and everybody just fell to the ground. It was just unexpected.
This morning we have confirmed that it is 15 total victims. 4, unfortunately, of those victims are deceased, and the ages of those deceased victims are 8, 9, and 14 years old and 21 years old. We believe that families came together to celebrate their children's birthday party and that a suspect or possible suspects targeted this event.
We will find these animals that did this and bring them to justice. This is the time for our community to show that we will not put up with this type of behavior where people will just walk in and kill children.
I believe that if you guys ever have a birthday party, just have a birthday party indoors and don't be outside.
At approximately 2:15 local time in Washington, D.C., where 2 of our brave members of the National Guard and the Department of War were brazenly attacked in a horrendous act of violence. They were shot.
Weird story. Oh, they have him in custody now? I must have missed that. I have to look. I don't see it yet, but we'll find it. Okay, moving on. We're about done here with the news. The Trump administration is considering expanding a travel ban to around 30 different countries.
Well, our sources tell us the Trump administration is considering expanding its travel ban from the current 19 countries on the list to 30. This is all in the wake of last week's shooting of 2 National Guard soldiers in Washington, D.C. Now, the attack was carried out by an Afghan man who entered the U.S. in September of 2021 and was granted asylum earlier this year. Let's bring in CBS News immigration and political reporter Camila Montoya Galvez. Camila, what do you know about this proposed expansion? And how else is the Trump administration using last week's attack to further its crackdown on immigration?
Well, as President Trump continues to escalate that crackdown on immigration that he promised to enact during the 2024 campaign for president, this time targeting legal immigration avenues into the U.S. And just to level set, back in June, the president issued that so-called travel ban that partially or fully restricted immigration and travel, legal immigration, from 19 countries like Afghanistan and Iran in Asia, and also African countries like Somalia and Sudan. It also affected, importantly, several countries here in the Western Hemisphere, including Cuba, Haiti, and Venezuela, and it restricted immigration and travel from those 19 countries on national security grounds. Well, now we are told by U.S. officials, Liz, that the Trump administration is preparing to significantly broaden and expand that list of countries affected by the travel ban, and that it will justify the move based on the shooting of those 2 National Guard members last week, allegedly at the hands of an Afghan man resettled in 2021 under the Biden administration.
So you can see those countries there. We talked about that list. It got a little bit bigger, though, but kind of figured that would happen. So, time to clean up. Got to clean the house. I wanted to show you this video. I forgot. Trump's sort of admitted now to having phone calls with Maduro. I know we talked about Maduro earlier, but
also developing this morning, the White House working on the next steps in its fight against narco-terrorists and Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. Last night, President Trump held a meeting at the White House with top national security and military officials as reports show Maduro wants to talk to Trump again with another phone call. Reuters released more details on Trump's first conversation with Maduro more than a week ago, and that Maduro told Trump during the call he was willing to leave Venezuela provided he and his family members had full legal amnesty. Trump rejected most of his requests on the call, which lasted less than 15 minutes, but told Maduro he had a week to leave Venezuela for the destination of his choice alongside his family members. That safe passage expired on Friday.
Should he give Maduro and his family full amnesty if they really do have 4 years worth of evidence against Biden and the Biden administration connected to bringing Tren de Aragua gang members into America purposely for the purpose of, destroying our country? What do you think? Is that worth the amnesty or no?
Prompting Trump to declare on Saturday that Venezuela's airspace was closed.
So Trump's telling him to leave the country. Interesting. And yet Trump can snatch him up as soon as he left the country. And then he could just find the evidence. But what if they destroy the evidence? What if there is no evidence? I don't know. You got to think about all possibilities there, whatever the case may be. This is still happening, unfortunately. Los Angeles' Progressive Board of Supervisors is voting to ban masked ICE agents, and it's not just Los Angeles. Louisville's doing the exact same thing right now. So I'll show you this real quick, and then I think that's it for our news, and we'll move forward.
Today, LA County supervisors have advanced a new law banning ICE agents from hiding their faces with masks.
If it's eventually approved, the Trump administration is expected to challenge it in court. KTLA 5 Samantha Cortese live now in the newsroom with this developing story. Samantha?
Hi, Glenn and Lou. This afternoon, the LA County Board of Supervisors took a first vote to approve an ordinance banning most law enforcement officers, including those federal immigration agents, from covering their faces while conducting official business. This would be within unincorporated LA County. The ordinance requires agents to wear IDs and state their agency affiliation. It includes what the board calls common sense exceptions, including smoke and health-related masking when necessary.
We gotta yell, "I'm an ICE agent." Like I said, Louisville's doing the same thing.
Should law enforcement be able to wear full face masks to conceal their identity to protect them while they're making arrests and doing things like ICE immigration raids here in Metro Louisville? A public safety committee in the city tonight moved forward a potential new ordinance that would ban the face masks for all law enforcement agencies, including ICE. And this would now move to the Metro Council coming up next.
They want you to wear masks. They want you to wear masks. They don't want you to wear masks. I wonder how many cities that's happening in. What a crock of yeah. Before we fully move on real quick, we'll take a look at our Q posts. These are for tomorrow. Now that Russia collusion is a proven lie, when did the trials for treason begin? I'm sure everybody wants to know that. Happy holidays from Gavin Newsom and Nancy Pelosi. They're surrounded by wildfire. France. Who audits where the money actually goes? What percent is typically categorized as costs? How to steal taxpayer money. The con. Determine topics that have emotional pull or connections on the vocal types. Create a media blitz campaign with talking points or a scare campaign for the alarmists. Use pro-narrative minded authorities on subject to provide foundation to support. Deploy circular reporting and groupthink tactics, echo chamber, to artificially raise public outcry. Use the public outcry to justify billion-dollar taxpayer spend. Rinse and repeat. Who audits where the money goes? Percent to original mandate. Salary of a U.S. senator. Salary of a U.S. congressman or woman. Salary of a president or vice president. Net worth pre-office. Net worth post-office. How do elected officials become mega multimillionaires? Corruption. Logical thinking. Fox executives polled 3 scheduled guests. I don't remember that one. And the President of the United States initiated and confirmed the order when he stated the calm before the storm. When was the statement made? When did Q go active? Watch the news. Watch the FBI. Watch the DOJ. If you decide to change careers, your name has been entered to be fast-tracked. The art of trolling fake news media. White squall. Where we go one, we go all. Who's scot-free? The Great Awakening. Postpone. Well played, Deep State. Please allow us to counter. The public is about to learn that the DOJ, FBI, and other U.S. foreign assets have been actively working behind the scenes in one of the largest criminal investigations in modern-day history. D-class, purpose, illuminate the truth. People, transparency is the only way forward. Controlled media equals enemy of the people. Department of Justice policy does not discuss ongoing investigations. Majority of leaks by them serve to their benefit. Some do not. Some are designed to provide the public with a glimpse into the shadows. A glimpse is greater than leverage. Leverage is greater than panic. Panic is greater than rats, dark to light. Odds of a state funeral on D5. How many coincidences before mathematically impossible? I think that was HW's whole funeral thing. So, yep, those are your deltas. All right. So, let's take a look at what I've got for tonight to look at. Haven't seen a lot on today, and I haven't had a whole lot of time to look. There was one thing I had been looking at that I thought might be interesting to start off with from yesterday. I don't see anybody on right now, and I'll keep looking, but this is where I wanted to start today because, like I said, there's not much on, but we will eventually jump back into our Bloodline series so we can get that finished up. first, I wanted to see what these gentlemen had to say.
Americans count on us to keep everything running.
Last year, we increased U.S. production nearly 20%.
Radical jihadists are not done. Iran promises death to America. They've built sleeper terror cells in the U.S.
Anyways, we'll see what happens there. Of course, you know, Mike Jaco, always a crowd favorite because of his background and what he knows. So a couple things I'm going to talk to you about here tonight that's becoming of great interest and great concern. And it's interesting how, you know, let me say this. One of the things I guess I should mention, first of all, is Tina Peters. It is imperative, folks, that we keep the phone call machine alive. Juan today recommended that we contact the White House every day once, put a phone call in between 10 and 3 p.m. Eastern time. That's when the lines are up and open to take our comments. I think that's an important thing that we do because we have a severely wounded warrior on the battlefield here. And I want to stand corrected on my own. I get pissed sometimes. I'm like, why don't they send in the effing Marines? Like, for God's sake, she's in real trouble now. And I got a little schooling from Juan Esteban, not to me directly, but I was listening to the show he was on with Jaco and a few others. He brought up the Tina Peters issue, and he said, look, it's important we keep the phone calls up, but do know that Trump is meticulously aware and dialed into the Tina Peters situation. Good. That's all I needed to hear. Glad he is. Unfortunately, she is a pawn on one of 5 chessboards. And I don't want to say that in a disrespect to her or anybody else. There's timing issues that are critical to ensure that the work and the bravery that she exhibited and put in has measure and has meaning and leads to what she was trying to accomplish here. So in the meantime, we need to remain vigilant. If you consider yourself truly a patriot and care, you'll pick that phone up once a day. Put the call in, just like I'm going to daily now, just to make sure the White House knows that we're standing by, waiting for something to be done to make sure they cannot eliminate her. That's what they're trying to do. You don't throw somebody into the hole for filing a grievance. I haven't spent any time to find out who's the warden of this prison. We're going to name names, folks. That's what we do here at Patriot Street Fighter. If they want to play that kind of game, great. You're going to get all the attention you need from this desk right here. I don't care what scumbag you are, who's protecting, how much money they're paying you, what threats you put against me. I simply do not give a shit. I find out, we name you, we show your face here on Patriot Street Fighter, kind of Bill O'Reilly style. You want to play these games, the world needs to see exactly who you are. And they're trying to take this lady out. What kind of a prison warden puts somebody in the hole who is in a grave medical situation, cancer survivor, which means you have a compromised immune system already. You've gone down that path, you have a compromised immune system. So when your health is deteriorating, it comes on harder and faster. So we need to keep our eyes and our spiritual energy on this lady, cast any good meditative thoughts and prayers for her and on her to try to keep her as buoyant and alive as she possibly can be. But so that's one issue, obviously, I need you to keep your attention on. Another one is, and what I wanted to say is, it's fascinating to me how information, even though we think it's not moving fast enough, there's 2 things that I've seen happen in the last several months, 2 months specifically, maybe 3 in total, with one particular issue. And now another one is emerging in what I call the smoke out operation. You know, it's been hands off. Anything Israel has been hands off for all of us. Why? Because they build a very efficient machine to suppress anybody talking about them. Talk about them anyways. What are they going to do? Call me an anti-Semite, attack me ruthlessly on mainstream media and other people, in the world. Okay, well, good. What's the next level? Because that one obviously didn't work. Here we are. As I said before, labeling me an anti-Semite makes a total ass out of you because you can't explain away an Ashkenazi Jewish man, an elderly Jewish man, is the one who saved my life when my life was destroyed and I was homeless, crippled, and penniless. One of my closest friends in the world took me in for 4 years, 4.5, whatever that time frame was. I didn't have any money. I was disabled. I was completely destroyed, and I still refused a disability check to keep that thought out of my head while I fought back and did what they say was the impossible: walking, working, being upright, all that kind of stuff. So that's who took me in as one of the most dearest men in my life, second only to my own father. He's actually my second father. He's deceased now. But you can't pin that bullshit on me. That ain't going to work. Most of my friends, I think most of them in California, Los Angeles, are Jewish Democrats. I have a good handful of them Jewish Democrats. One of my best friends in the world is a total Hollywood liberal. He works in the industry. He's one of the good guys, but total liberal leftist, pro Kamala Harris. I love this man dearly. He's one of the most important friends in my whole life. Never misses my birthday. Always get a call or something from him. But so I'm bringing this up because I started watching this information emerge on Israel in the history of the Jews. You want to call them the Jews or the Khazarian mobsters? They're not Jewish people. The Hebrew DNA doesn't exist in them. I think 3% even have any indicator of Hebrew DNA. But then they hammer the Palestinians. I used to be anti-Palestinians myself. I mean, I bought into the bullshit. But I learned through Gordon Duff's research that the 80% of the Palestinians possess the ancient Hebrew DNA. Now, true or not, I don't know. That's his research. Overwatch has taught me that the Hebrew DNA has been died out on the planet. Nobody exists with Hebrew DNA. I don't know. I'm not going to sit here and tell you I'm the expert I know. I can tell you what I research and the background of the people that do research in the wingspan, and Gordon Duff's is a heavyweight. But that being said, you pull up something pops up on Instagram about Israel. Who owns it? Who created it? Balfour Agreement, Balfour Declaration. They put it in motion 100 years before to take this land and call it Israel and return the Khazarians and the legitimate Jewish people there. And basically take over their land and murder them out of their own land, which it did. Stole houses, stole property, ran them out, murdered them. I don't care what you say. The facts are there. From 1948 forward, the Palestinians invited them in after this UN resolution, invited them in. Some brought some into their own homes. And then they started one day killing them or taking their houses. Get out of here. You can't come in your house anymore. It's ours. What? That's the facts, folks. All this information has been buried for generations. Buried. So that being said, one of these videos pops up. I look at them like, wow, scroll up. Guess what? Another one. And then it just waves and waves and waves of videos, information coming out on the truth about Israel. We now know Israel's been exporting terror around the world for decades. They were involved in JFK's assassination. The records unsealed have proven it. Involved in the takedown of 911. Benjamin Netanyahu is said on record, right? All this stuff is emerging, but it's coming like for every once in a while, something would come across your screen, right? And then a little bit later on, another one would come across your screen, then another one. And it's like, wow, there's more. And now it's doing this. It's at a fever pitch, right? And we're supposed to sit back and say nothing because the Bible says they're a chosen people and all that. I put all that to bed a long time ago. You can say what you want. These guys have lied about everything. They've engineered an existence to protect themselves and hide behind, but they're God's chosen people. I'm God's chosen people. All of you are God's chosen people. There's no race on the planet that our Creator said, A team, B team, number one, number two. Cut the bullshit. I'm sorry. I believed it my whole life. Church told me that. I still have friends that are devout Christians. That's bullshit. The Bible says it. Okay. Who put it in there? God put it in there. Oh, really? What color ink did he use when he wrote that down? Who translated it? Et cetera, et cetera. Did he show up in human form and write it in English or Hebrew? Again, you can stay on that plane. There's nothing wrong with it. If you feel comfortable there, stay there. I did all
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly
things you did, tried to learn about the Bible, my part here, all the stuff that we all do. Well, I just drew different conclusions because too many things that came at me said, bullshit. You need to find out what it is. And you need to find out exactly the truth and then start telling the people in the world. Because I can tell you right now, this isn't God's planet. because if it was, it would be Eden. This isn't Christ's planet, because if it was, it would be Eden. Somebody else is running the planet, and that's a satanic realm. We now know it's everywhere. It's all over. So that being said, there's a big problem here. Big problem. The whole Israel thing's a big problem. Now, I have friends from Israel that I care about dearly. I got a friend of mine in Imam Special Forces, top of the food chain, trains Presidential Guard. He's been a highest level soldier. That's their SEAL Team 6, Imam Operations. And great guy. In fact, he actually considered coming over here and working my security team in the very beginning. He's way high level. You're protecting heads of state. I don't rate that high or the payday that it would take for me to make that happen. But we still talk today. And we'll probably work together on something here coming up in the near future. But he called bullshit on October 7th. He knew it came from the highest level. He told a colonel to his face, you know damn well this is orchestrated from the top. So all this shit's going on. But the good thing is people are finally coming forward, have courage to say, cut the bullshit. This is the truth. These are Khazarians that run this country. Look, as oppressed as they are, they made everybody take the kill shot in Israel. But then you see these Orthodox Jews with the little curly things in the yarmulke spitting on Christians, telling them that they're going to kill all the infants. This is crazy shit, folks. You can see the video. You can read the Talmud. It's in there to lie to us, to kill us if they can. And they're saying it with their own, in their own language, in their own voices and words and video footage we're getting out of Israel. Are you kidding me? So you have 800,000 to 900,000 Israelis, 800,000 to 900,000 that are living in the West Bank, and they don't have jobs. None. They're paid by the Israeli government to live there. Who do you think's paying for that? You are. How many billions have we been giving Israel forever? There have been politicians in D.C. that have been saying, this is bullshit. Our foreign policy, everything about U.S. is running off the back of Israel. And we got to put an end to it. Ron Paul was one of those people, a number of people. Now you're finding out the truth on that. Okay, so now we're learning the truth. Question is what are we going to do about it, or what's being done about it? We know the back channel information we got. Operations going all the time. Quote unquote, Q drop, we are saving Israel for last. Now, none of us were tracking Israel during the Q operation. Out of nowhere, boom. In the context of a certain drop, then they drop that in there. That being said, put the link here. Okay, I need to grab a link for Mike Jaco. She wanted to put right there. So give me 1 second here. But the good news is, I'm going to my emails. Who is this? Yeah, send it right to text, her text. Yep, send it to her text. Thanks, Lisa. So this is coming out. All right, we're seeing it now. You can't deny it. Now, what else we got going on? We have a Muslim invasion in the country. Do I have a problem with Muslims? Not necessarily. They're nice, good, peaceful people. Okay, great. But here's the problem. We were told that the reason 36,000 people horribly maimed in battle in the Middle East that the Bushes sent us into, and I don't know how many thousands of soldiers we lost. The reason we went there is to fight them over there so we never have to fight them here. And what did these bastards do? What did they do? The Bushes, Obamas, Clintons, whoever else, Biden's, bring them in. Bring them in. As I said, we got 25 mosques built here in Dallas, in the Dallas region. They're building mosques in areas where there are no Muslims. Why? Because then they bring them in and they start to occupy and take over. There's no debate to have here. The footage is everywhere. Dearborn, Michigan, Minnesota, all of this bullshit. Now they're busting the Somalis who they've been bringing in here on these programs. And we find out now multiple billions defrauded. Folks, billions these bastards are sucking off of you and I.
I'm going to fast forward at least to where the other gentlemen join. What's that? I found some other shows we can check out too. I've never watched Rob Cunningham, but I know he's got an episode from the day. There was a Juan episode we've never seen before. So I see Jaco join it. I don't see Nino on there, but I'll find out.
Because there are things we're looking at going, whoa, really? then you try to figure out what's this about? Like, aren't we supposed to be the good guys here? And then you got to really look at things more deeply to find out exactly what they're doing, why they're doing it. We're not always going to know why, but we have the benefit, Mike. We studied the intelligence coming out for a little over 3 years, analyzed it all in real time, play by play, as the opening salvos were unfolding. So we have a level of confidence, a measure of confidence in everything that's happening, even where you and I don't understand it. So maybe you can give some clarity of what's happening. What do you think the most pressing things in the world are at the moment?
Yeah, I think it's working out brilliantly. President Trump has basically put the ships down there and the aircraft, the flyovers, all kind of stuff, and the threats and that's been wearing on them. So they've been at high alert, ready at any time for the last how many months now for an invasion or something to happen. So that wears on a force, and that makes them more vulnerable. And so Trump gave them the option. I guess I don't know if he's taking it or not. You can leave with your life, and you can go somewhere else. Maybe Russia. Maybe he's trying to work it out. It looks like his plane flew into next door to Brazil. Whether he was on or not, remains to be seen. We don't know. So it's up in the air. Now, if he has left, then it's like we're not going to get bloody, but there's going to be blood in Venezuela. Those people are going to slaughter those people that were keeping them under control. And then they're going to say, America, we appreciate you for what you did. Bring in your oilmen. We're going to get rich. We're not going to seize all that bullshit again. These communists are going to take it and run off the oilmen, and then we just go into starving it. We're not going to do that. We learned. We're not going to trust the communists, the leftists, the Democrats, whatever. So, and that's what we have going on here in the United States. Mark Kelly and all these people. It's like I can't. Can somebody please tell? Is he working for the deep state or is he working for the white hats? Because he's so stupid in his comments. Good God! He's got to be working for the white hats. To just see how stupid we are. You don't want to hang out with us. You don't want us to control your neighborhoods and your cities and your states. We're stupid, and so.
Dude, that's so funny because I think to myself oftentimes, I'm like, look, nobody's this stupid. This has to be an operation. No human is this stupid. It always comes to the Democrat side. I'm like, the left side. I'm like, no, this not these people are this effing stupid. This has to be an operation. They're being forced to show people indicators right close to the margin of how stupid they really are. But this is a little bit further.
I hope we're correct in this. I hope they're not really that stupid. But I've been wrong with some of this stuff before, so I'm just observing here.
Well, I'll tell you one thing's for sure, though. You're right. Look, we go from a country, Venezuela. They're a threat because China and Russia obviously have been making their play to be in the southern hemisphere with them. I don't know how interested Russia truly is in there, other than maybe putting pressure on us temporarily, because we still think that Putin 7.0 is still working in the background with Trump, whoever. But the reality is, I didn't think about until you just said it. The people, if the regime took off because they're milquetoast pussies when real force comes at them and they bail out, right? They want their soldiers to go out there and face the bullets and the fire and the flamethrowers and the tanks. They never do, as I say every time. If we stand up, I don't care if it's DC, state houses here in the States, wherever, these people they have the DNA.
What happens when neuropathy takes over and your feet start to feel numb, tingly, or burn? You're dealing with serious nerve damage, and if left untreated, it could lead to the loss of a limb. The good news is you can prevent all this from happening to you thanks to a new discovery, so pay attention. A Nobel Prize-winning nerve specialist recently proved that the true cause of nerve pain is a dangerous sticky plaque clogging, overloading, and poisoning your nerves. This plaque is causing all the tingling, burning, and painful cramps that are driving you crazy. Left untreated, doctors warn this nasty substance could cause a real
DNA of a coward, power-hungry people. the egos and the narcissism, they have the DNA strand of a coward. Because if they truly are leading a nation in a way that they believe is good for the nation, and the nation turns on them, all they have to do is say, they, like Christ, forgive them. They know not what they do. They're coming to kill me, but they'll learn one day I was fighting for them, and they'll learn I was right. That's conviction. And the Supreme Court rendered a ruling, and they actually made that statement that if you're willing to die for something, if you're not willing to die for your belief, that's not a conviction. It's simply a preference, quite simply. Yeah. So these guys always run. And with Venezuela, I remember in 2000, it was in the fall of that year when they unpegged the peso from the U.S. dollar. At least back then, it was a better move to stay pegged to the U.S. dollar for valuation. And I remember telling a person beside me, is on a cardio machine, I said, I had the USA Today. I always read it on the cardio machine. I said, look at this. She didn't understand. She said, what's that mean? I said, in 15 years, this is going to be a third world country. Guess what happened? In about 15 years, third world, the wealthy people are now, who are very well to do, eating out of garbage cans and killing zoo animals to stay alive. How pissed off are they going to be in the coming weeks? So he really took off out of fear. They're going to, I wouldn't want to be there. I wouldn't even want to be there to see it. To see it, I wouldn't even want to be there to see it. So you're right. I think the shit's going to hit the fan there.
Yeah, I thought it would have been this weekend, but because I guess they gave Maduro an option and he could have ran, that basically it's a done deal if he's gone. The people are going to find out he's gone, and like I said, they're going to just turn on each other, and it'll be we're going to be the hero, which we are the hero, especially if I wouldn't have to go in and hammer down, because if we have to hammer down, then as it always works, innocent people die, because you're trying to kill the bad guys, and they hide behind good people because they know that we won't, come in as hard. So that's what normally happens, unfortunately.
We still operate that way too, don't we, Mike?
Yeah.
We're always taking into account those people, always.
That's the way it'll be in our big cities too. The Democrat big cities, eventually when the Muslims, start to riot and so forth, it'll be that way. There's not a lot of support from what I've been seeing. I think a lot of people are paid to riot and demonstrate. So there's not a lot of people that are like getting on board with that. The Kings protest. That we had, No Kings protest several month or so back in October, I think it was. There wasn't that many people that got involved in that, and it died out really quick. That's a good sign. It's a very good sign.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you see this leader, BLM Rantifa, I forget which BLM, this chick who created it, millions of dollars, multi-million-dollar house. All this. Mike, that truly is indicative of how stupid these people are. They actually think, because they've never had anything like that kind of money. And it's like, robbing a bank. And the one guy that's in the crew, he's saying, look, stop talking like that. You do not need to buy, a new Lamborghini or a Bugatti. Like, don't be stupid. They're going to figure you out so fast, right? So what do these people do? They go out living like a multimillionaire, come from nothing, and then they have all this money. So I wanted to mention that, first of all, Maduro's got a $15 million bounty on his head. Should we put a note out there on his behalf to let him know that just because he left the country, the bounty doesn't go away?
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
Got that, Nikki?
Yeah, he can run, but I don't. Like I've been saying, they can run, but they can't hide. And he'll run maybe to Russia. He'll get some support there for a while, but somebody's eventually going to get him. Russians.
Yeah, well,
some Russian's going to get him.
Oh, yeah.
Of course, a Russian.
Yeah, eventually they'll hand him over. Eventually, they'll hand him over. So, how does the situation with Venezuela? How do you see this? What is its purpose in the big picture of everything, this global takedown, and how do you see it playing out?
Well, I think it's it's all linked, all through there, the cartels. The drug running, human trafficking, and so forth. We've had incredible number, 100,000, every year, people dying in America from overdose from fentanyl, coming from down south. That's if you take all the people that died in the 20 years of the Afghan wars, like, I don't know, 20,000 maybe a little bit more in Iraq. So that's a lot less than 100,000 every year that's been dying. Now, since Trump has taken office, and a bunch of us, we went down along the border, and we had events, and we said, close this border, and we finally got some people involved. They started closing the border. So that was back in early 2024 and maybe 23. So Abbott and a bunch of other people actually started doing something, because there was a lot of people that were pushing, and that's where we, the people, come in. If we get involved and start to push on stuff, then it happens. So the numbers then started going down because it was almost like people knew Trump was coming. And the people on the border and so forth started to get a little bit more frisky and started doing their jobs and thinking they're going to get away with it, which they were. So we started shutting down. So in that year, we went from, I think, 100,000 down to like 80,000 died. And now for this year, it's down to like, I think, 43,000 have died from overdose fentanyl poisoning. So it's out of control. My son, he was long-term, addict. We get him clean. He'd be clean for a while. I asked him one time, I said, what about aren't you scared about this fentanyl? He's like, all of us drug addicts, we take a little bit of fentanyl so that in case we get some, we don't die. I was like, wow, that's crazy. So he was clean for like 8 months, and then he started using again. I would have got him cleaned up again. In fact, I was like on my way to like see him again, because I was like, something's not right. And I got the call that he was gone. So when they did the autopsy, fentanyl poisoning. So from all that time that he'd been clean, he's not using, and adding a little bit of fentanyl in there just in case he gets a big dose of it. So that's what's been happening, in the tens and 100,000 a year. And like I said, that's more than all the military deaths in like 2 wars, Afghanistan and Iraq. More, almost double every year. That's insane. So we're being attacked on a level that's unbelievable. So that's what the Trump administration now is doing. And then you have these Democrats that are crying and whining. Why? Because they're profiting off of the cartels. They're the ones that are funding them. We know it's coming in. We've seen all the money. We've seen all the trafficking that's coming through Arizona, Maricopa County, and then going to all these different, I've had people on it that have shown it. So it's not anything new. We know this. So now we have to take action, and they're going to whine and they're going to cry. It's okay. We're going to get to you. All right. We're going to have military tribunals for you at some point. Just stand by. But so that's why they're crying and whining as loud as they're hoping that people will come on their side. But like we said, people are seeing through their bullshit and are starting to laugh at them now.
That's a good point. That's really painful when they're not actually not believing you, but they're not laughing at you. There's going to be a lot of dissension in those leadership ranks when they see that. The stupidity that's come out of these people's mouths for decades. Literally, even when I was fully engaged, and I just listened. And this is the Democrat side. When I remember back in the 90s, when you learn political speak by listening.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov.
Listen to these people long enough. And that's when the balanced budget agreement was passed. They signed it or whatever. Clinton was going to be busting the budget. And so when an appropriations bill would come out, they wanted, to scale back the growth. One of the programs was school lunches. So the growth of school lunch program, the growth of it was like 8% a year, and they were scaling back the growth. So it was only going to be growing at 6% a year. So the Democrats' narrative is they're cutting school lunches, right? They're cutting school lunches. No, they're not. They're cutting the growth rate. That's it. It's still going to be many, many billions. And then the same with the whole Medicare thing, getting that under control. So here's Dick Gephardt, the wannabe House Speaker, a Democrat minority leader in the House. The Republicans controlled the House at the time. And I watched him making these floor speeches. And here's the narrative from the Democrats, from Dick Gephardt. With these two initiatives, folks, they are trying to kill the elderly and starve your children. I mean, this is the stuff that comes out of their mouths. And they say this with all seriousness because they know the sheep out there is stupid. They'll believe anything they say and they won't do the research. So that's why the country ended up where it was. And even today, they're going to try all the same crazy stuff again, but it's obviously not going to work because people found out. I was talking before you came on, and I just recently started to address this. And I'll ask you the same question I was kind of asking my audience rhetorically. Have you noticed, have you kind of picked up on this? Like, it's been really about the last year, the whole thing about Israel now. Nobody would ever talk about Israel or history or Balfour Declaration or, Gaza, West Bank, how it really came to be, all this stuff. Nobody would even talk about it because they'd hit you with an anti-Semitism bullshit, which now that's always their run the white flag up the pole. That's when they accept or project their own defeat in intellect or common sense. They tap out intellectually or historically or empirically. They run the white flag up the pole, and on it says he's an anti-Semite. That's always their last ditch effort to shut you up because you got them cornered. So I've had that. I don't know if you have, but a lot of us have that. I've had that. But here's the thing: it isn't working anymore. Why? A couple months ago, you see stuff. People send you stuff. Pull up an Instagram. You look at it. It's got a certain narrative, and let's say it's talking about Gaza, Israel, whatever, or Netanyahu, or 9/11, or the Kennedy assassination, all connected to Israel. And so you scroll up after watching that, and there's another one, and then another one, another one, another one, another. Do you ever notice how that happens? It's like they conglomerate, right? And somebody technologically is driving this, right, through an algorithm. So I started compiling an email to send to myself, and it's like 10 pages long now. Just grabbing the links and drop them in this one file. I'm going to send it to myself or send it to you or whoever. Look how many of these look at this wave of stuff coming, outing them, Israel, for their travesties. Well, it's now. Have you noticed that, or is it just me? Have you seen that? Like it's everywhere now.
Yeah, it definitely is.
So now all of a sudden, Chris Burgard reaches out to me recently. He said, "Hey, I'm thinking about doing this documentary film. John Guindolo is going to be part of it. Counterterrorism, 20 years. I've had John on before. I think you probably have too. He's been sounding the alarm for 2 decades as an FBI counterterrorism agent that the Muslim invasion into this country is a massive, massive problem, a big red flag, and we're going to pay the price for it." Right now, most of us would say, "Look, I believe in freedom of religion, all that kind of stuff." We've all thought that way. But now you see with these imams, 25 mosques here right around Dallas built. They're building massive, trying to build a city in Frisco, which you're shutting down. And you listen to these Muslim clerics, and they're telling you, right, they're videotaping it to their flock, what they want to do. They're going to take over. They want to take over America. They say, "Look, you have 1.4 babies. We have 6, and we're going to breed you out. We're going to do what we just did, like Sadiq Khan gets the vote for mayor in London, right? Now we have Mamdani, same thing, tied to radical communist groups. May not be here legally. They may be deporting him anyways. Same thing. One of the most prominent cities on earth, right? And there's mayorships around the country now that Muslims hold. And as I said before, they tell you one thing to your face, and it's in their religion, until they corner you. And then they tell you it's all over. Sit down, shut up. You become, bring Islam into your world, or we'll kill you. We'll just shoot you right now. And they're doing it all over the world. They're slaughtering Christians in Nigeria every minute of the day. Right. And people in this country want to sit back and say, "I don't want to say anything about them," because I'm like, fuck that. They've used our virtues against us to the point we're now cornered, and they're gonna bring massive chaos to this nation, literally. We got a big problem here. And it has to be addressed now, because as I said many times, people are going to fight. If they won't stand up and fight now, they're going to fight later. You're going to fight by choice or by force. By force is when it comes to your doorstep. You're going to have a choice now. You're going to have to fight. What that fight means, I don't know. What do you think, based on what you see in the Middle East? Now, again, I'm saying, like, Goldilocks' parents are Muslim. They're absolutely wonderful family, wonderful people. She said to me, Scott, people in Turkey don't go to mosques. The only people that go to mosques are these radicals that do all that kind of shit, right? So, again, you always have to define, this isn't about these good people. But if they themselves stand by and allow it to happen, knowing full well better than we do what they're like, guess what? They need to be reminded that if they don't toe that radical line too, if they get control, they kill them too. They don't care if they're Muslim. If you're not toeing that line, they will kill them too. So I'm trying to start the narrative to wake people up. We got a massive problem. If you allow this to continue in your communities, states, neighborhoods, it's just one more battle we're going to have to fight. More people are going to get killed. More innocent people like the girl in the National Guard going to get killed.
Yeah, it's too late to a certain extent. We're going to have a pretty good duke out with them here in America, but we can start the narrative, and that shuts a lot of stuff down. Shuts a lot of stuff where they're still pushing, like you're talking about in Texas, more mosques. In Minnesota, might be too far gone. It's just wall up Minnesota. So there's. I'm just joking, but there's some.
Might have to.
I spent almost 3 decades in the Middle East. I know how they think. I know how they are. There's great Muslims. Most of the Muslims in the Middle East are great, but they have their way of thinking. They're very centered on they're not open-minded about other groups. They don't allow other groups to come in. They don't integrate at all. They come in and they basically come in like, oh yeah, we're just like you, and then they're like overpopulate, and then you're gone. So that's the way they work. They're very, very clever. We fought them for 1,000+ years in Europe, and different wars throughout that whole period. They say we're doing crusades again. They'll try and throw that in our face. No, we did crusades to save ourselves, and it worked. But it took hundreds of years to get them out of those areas. Are we going to take 100+ years to get them out again? I don't think it's going to take that long. I think we're pretty. American warriors are like, we don't mess around. So once it's it's on. It'll be over pretty quickly, and that's not that we're going to go in and slaughter the Muslims, right? Absolutely not. But we will slaughter the radicals. I mean, absolutely not discriminate. So and that's the way we had to be overseas. And a lot of people don't want to hear this. And I remember my buddies when they were telling me in Afghanistan, you would not believe.
Join ICE with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Join.ice.gov.
How many of the radicals were slaughtering? And I was like, tell me. And it was like stunning, thousands and thousands. So
who told you that?
One of my SEAL Team 6 buddies. All right. So
right now they are? Back then.
So in Afghanistan, we dominated. Remember how when Trump came in, we completely dominated? There were no more. He was like, and I talked to them. I was like, do you want to live, or do you want me to bomb your home? It's like, and they're like, no, we like
Trump said,
we'll work with you. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So, and that's the way it is. You can get along with them as long as you let them know that if they get out of line, it's going to be end of story. And you have to show them that. So I don't know. We need this conversation. We need this conversation. It's going to happen. It's better if we let them know right now the bullshit's over. You guys aren't gonna play this game. You're not gonna come in, you're not gonna do Sharia law, and if you get out of line, we're gonna send you away, and if you want to fight, we'll kill you. Period. Right? So that's where we're at here in America. we've let too many of them in. They've dominated. It's come to that. So I'm telling you, as someone that's been there for decades, 3 decades, I've seen all this. I'm not bullshitting around. We're going to have to duke it out with these guys.
Well, different story. I've said this for years. They've, obviously seen what happens when we're fighting them on their land. They have no idea if it starts here, because when there's a breakdown of the systems that are meant to protect us, i.e. the political class making decisions to do so, because those scumbags and cowards are always behind gates and fences and in ivory towers, and they have security teams to make sure it never comes to their doorstep. They're okay with it coming to our doorstep. Once that happens, as you said, I was looking at some statistics today, and an article talked about, let's just look at a place like Wisconsin, 600,000 rifles in the woods on the first day of buck season, right? Michigan, 700,000, PA, 1 million, right? And again, as you and I know, I mean, when you grow up, we have a gun in our hands at 6 years old, BB guns. I mean, hell, we're shooting each other with them like freaking hurt. And sometimes you're pulling little BBs out of your skin, like like we're stupid back then. No goggles, no anything. But it's that's how we played. And
remember the cap guns?
Did you? Oh yeah, they were pretty cool. Yeah. They were. Yep, exactly. It was fun. So we had the best. We had the best upbringing, man, in that era. Yep. All the cool stuff we had. We graduated M80s and stuff like that when we were teenagers, and nobody got hurt, hardly ever. But so you look at just these 3 states. Everybody's a sharpshooter. Like everybody's a sniper. I mean, you've been practicing taking out moving targets at 400 yards, i.e. deer or whatever, since you were a little kid. Yeah. That's why the top Marine Corps sniper school score is held by a guy from Pennsylvania. A guy went to high school. His score's held for, I don't know, since the 80s, I guess. And it wasn't even a good day like the score before that. It was a nice sunny day, no wind. This was raining, wind, and the guy, he has the all-time sniper record in his score. So, and again, a Pennsylvania boy, grabbing a gun when he was little, like we did. They just lived not too far, went to high school with a guy. So they don't know, they don't get that, Mike. They don't know. But I guess the reason it's good for us to tell them, if you try that, the rules of engagement with guys like this, if this has to be done, there are no rules of engagement. I said that about bringing turning the UN troops, onto us on U.S. soil. I put that warning out for 5 years. Understand something. Call your families. Tell them you're never coming back, because the nation will be littered with blue helmets with holes in them everywhere. And even if you try to tap out, surrender, too late. You're never going home. That will be the angst of our good nature, our virtues, and our openness to all societies around the world to come here. But when you finally push us to the brink where our families are at stake now, the fact that you did that to us, it's like there's only one way for you. It isn't an exit that way or home. It's right into the ground. And that's what they're going to face. So all of you imams and clerics out there that talk this way, I know you're always Billy Badass when nobody does anything about it, but wait until you piss off one of the American the veterans. You got 30 million of those guys, 30 million. And then you have how many hunters who haven't been in the military, but they've been itching to shoot a bad guy all their lives, right? They're just not going to do it. And that'll be the stopgap for America when this happens. I just don't want it to happen. We don't have nothing to prove because we lose good people like that little girl in DC.
Yeah. So, even when I was overseas, it got out of hand in some places like Islamabad. They had far-right Islamists that were walking the streets and enforcing Sharia law, beating people and all kind of crazy stuff. And then eventually the government got involved. So they had this mosque where they were running out of and doing their operations out of. And there was like this one cleric, this imam, who's like a fire breather, right? He's like, we're going to do this and you're going to let us do this. Kind of like what we're seeing in America now. Basically they came down with troops and they went to clean them up. Firefights, a lot of them died. What do you think that imam did? He put a friggin' burqa on and tried to slide out, and they caught him.
Typical coward.
Yeah, that's way out. They're all, like you just said, they're all like that. Just like Maduro. He's probably running. I think he's probably ran, but if not, he's going to die. All right. And that's the way it has to be for these people here in the United States. We have to tell them, you integrate, you leave, you stay. That means you want to fight, and we're going to kill you. Period. And it's like, we're not messing around. We like we're just talking about. Cap guns when little kids. We played around. If we have to get serious, we're going to get friggin' serious. And we're at serious right now.
Yeah, it's like, how dare you come into my house? I open the doors and bring you in, and you try to make a move on me or my family. How dare? Again, whether they heed this warning or not, they've never had a legitimate encounter with an American, i.e., a soldier, primarily on his own ground. And when it's like the enemy at the gate, you fight 10 times harder, because what's at stake is your homeland, your home, your family. And that turns, combat soldiers into vicious killers. Like, I wouldn't want to be in that place. I absolutely wouldn't want to be there. And then again, you have the other ones that are just itching to solve the problem that the political cowards in this country won't solve, because they're all cowards, including Republicans. I have disdain for these people. I just can't help it anymore. I cannot help myself. I have disdain, because every day it's the same wave of shit we have to see coming down on us. But nobody's saying anything in D.C. No Republicans back home at a town hall raising hell, Patriot Street Fighter style. You're telling them to do what we're doing with Tina Peters, hit the lines every single day until, at the White House, just make sure that they know we're watching. Next question I had for you was the economy. I didn't get to the part. Somebody sent me one of your videos today, and it was one that we were with Juan, and they said this is the best 35 minutes you heard for a long time. And apparently, you guys were discussing what we're going to see, or what we're experiencing through this reset, the new system, and the mechanics. So, can you share that with us on exactly what that's looking like?
Yeah. So. That's fiat currency is going to go away. Of course, they brought it in. They did away with the gold standard during Nixon's 1972. Silver certificates during Kennedy. So they did away with those right when not Johnson, but
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly improved my digestive system and my overall health. I am so pleased with this product. It has done so much and changed my life. I recommend this product to anybody with any kind of digestive or autoimmune disorders.
I'm Dr. Sergey Sorin, Medical Director of the Shili Sorin Wellness Institute. I'm about to give you the most valuable health tip I could possibly provide. If you or someone you love is living with ongoing health challenges, or if you are simply interested in better health as you age, go to lifesavingformulas.com. There, you will learn about cellular support of the normal biochemistry of the human body. Copy it down. That's lifesavingformulas.com.
Was it Johnson? Johnson came in after
Kennedy?
Yeah. So he was.
That was LBJ,
Lyndon B. Johnson. Yeah. So he came in and basically did away with it. Of course, he was a puppet, for CIA and the Federal Reserve. So they just if you got those silver certificates, you got to give them up. They're useless. So they basically went to fiat, and the fiat has gotten out of control. It's got to collapse. Fiat currencies always go a certain period of time and then they collapse. It's the last stage. Mm-hmm. So Trump is talking about how, or Juan, but I think he's got a good handle on what's coming. Silver and gold, and you'll have debt instruments basically attached to 1 ounce of silver, which could be upwards of $300 to $500, and gold per ounce could be upwards of $20,000. And this is going to benefit everyone out there, because you have seniors that are struggling. This will flip that, and they will no longer struggle. They'll actually be very well off as they should be, I believe. It's a travesty where our system is right now. So that'll flip. If you're you're moving money around, you will have a debt instrument that is tied to either a crypto coin, like a Bitcoin. That's basically one Bitcoin could be $20,000 worth of gold or whatever. Maybe XRP, is moving money around. So probably some of these coins will continue, some kind of silver backed, but that's kind of the gist of it. It's definitely a better system. It's not digital currency at all. It is based in gold, based in silver, as it always has been throughout time, and it'll turn our economy around. The manipulation that's going on will cease. The Federal Reserve will cease. IRS will cease. All of those money laundering schemes will cease because they don't have those instruments of manipulation and control attached to them anymore. So that's kind of the gist of it. I think it's pretty fantastic. I would recommend people listen to it. That 30 minutes, people really, really loved it. I've been hearing from a lot of people that they got a lot of, and when I heard it from one, I was like, God, that was the best explanation I have ever heard. Good job. So it is brilliant.
I'm gonna grab that right now, and I'm gonna drop it in the chat room here so the people have it. I didn't get through all of it, but I was working to get through that because you see here.
It's towards the end of our show, so you can fast forward to that spot, pull it back because I started asking him about silver, and we're talking while we're on. Silver has been going up like crazy last several days. Get a little bit of a pullback right now, but that's just because it's sprinting so fast. It needs a little breath, but it's going to continue to go higher, quite a bit higher. We could see debt instruments start to deteriorate because we have the Japanese carry trade, which is basically giving people a lot of very cheap money to invest and speculate with in crypto and stocks and all that kind of stuff. That's why we saw the stock market collapse week before last for a couple of weeks because the Japanese carry trade was starting to unwind again. It started to unwind again today, and we saw the stock market really take a dive, and we saw crypto take a massive dive as well. So it
really.
Will they be able to handle it, turn it around, control it? Maybe, but it's not going to last. The debt is definitely going to collapse at some point.
Well, I saw, let me see here. I saw silver today when I looked at it. It was up to 58, 64 or something like that. I mean, it's headed for 60. I'm like, holy crap, it's going to break
59, 48, I think. And then pull back.
What say it went to, you say it went to what? 58, 48?
59, 48, I think it was.
Did it really? I didn't know what that happened.
And then it pulled back. It's got to take a little breath. It's a little tired right now. So, but it'll go higher. It'll go a lot higher.
It's sprinting, man. It's out of breath. It's been sprinting like crazy. It's showing here on AppX right now is 57.22. The coolest thing is, we started working. You and I started working with Kirk Elliott back in 2021, I think.
Yeah.
And he told me, he said to, like your people too. And he said to Patriot Street Fighter Nation, he said, believe me, he said they are very happy because some of those folks were buying in the high 17s, 18, 19, 20, 21, and they're seeing this thing headed. They're like heading. Some of these people are heading for triple their money in 3 years.
Just beginning.
One guy, we're just beginning. I mean, one guy brought like $10 million over once. I was like, wow, imagine that guy. He made his 10 million going in. It's worth 30 or going to be worth 40 million. That's insane.
Yeah.
Or people.
I know a lot of millionaires have brought in a lot of money, but you and I, we kept dollar cost averaging into it the whole time, and now we're pretty.
We probably brought about, between you and I, we probably bought $500-600 million of our audiences that got in on it.
We got some smart, happy audiences, and that's why they like to listen to it. Follow us, because we
our audience is pretty smart. You're right about that.
Yep.
And here's what's interesting. You hear people say, "Oh, well, I missed it." because we went at 48, 49. Oh, yeah, I'm not going to buy silver.
Still beginning.
Really? Just went up another $10, and it's going to go up another 20, 30, 40. Kirk said it's going to hit, probably 120, 140 in first quarter. I mean, let's face it. Once these price controls off, it's going to be a monster.
Yeah.
A monster.
Juan said it can go all the way to 300, and people that are investing, using it to they need the metal. They won't blink an eye at 300, all the way through.
Yeah, because they're not mining enough. As we learned from Kirk, London's completely out of silver. They have none to sell, and depositories are like ours has has still a supply, but they're not mining enough. And the fact that the technology coming into the country has arranged about $7 or $8 trillion in new investment into American business, and you know what they're bringing in? It's all going to be technologically silver intensive technology. Every piece of electronics on earth requires silver, and you can't recover it. Once it's used, it's used. The military, applications. Seems like the smartest thing to do is to own silver bullion. Make a phone call, 1,000-ounce bars, offload mine, send me a check or wire me money. Within 24 hours, gone. If you have a bunch of silver coins, I don't know how you make that move quickly. I really don't.
Yeah, so I think a lot of people, and I've talked to a lot of people myself, I know you're kind of like in the same thinking category too. Silver's going to take off. I would say probably the middle of next year, I'll probably start to take some of it out and start to put it into property, because property is going to take a nosedive. It's already nosediving quite significantly. I think that's going to accelerate. So it'll be a good time to start to ease into property, but you don't want to take it all off the table and go into property, because the property will continue to go down over time. But it'll be a good time to, I know you like a ranch life. I like a ranch life too. I don't know. Maybe we'll look some property next to you, so everything.
I'll start.
Just
I'll
shoot
start
it out.
Scouting.
There's
no better. There is no better add-on to my ranch lifestyle than have Mike J go somewhere in the region, man. You
gotta be around people that you can trust, and people that if shit goes bad, you can work together. Yeah. So I that's in the back of my mind. So who knows? Maybe we'll have a community there. Who knows?
Well,
community of badasses.
In my head. You shouldn't put that idea in my head. You know what I'm going to be working you for the next couple of years. Come on, Mike. I found it.
Oh yeah. If they
6 acre lake on it, brother.
I'm looking.
Dash knows your work. It keeps everything connected so you can build on what's working instead of starting from scratch. Package final deliverables into stacks. Clean visual hubs you can share with your team. Focus on your work, not your workflow, with Dash.
So find something good there. And I know you got your Navy SEAL there, Navy SEAL dog.
Yeah.
So.
Tomahawk, he's become a media whore. He wants camera time all the time now. Yeah, I know the chicks dig you. He just told me. I know he's a narcissist too. I know the chicks dig you. So you go play. I got him a cow bone. He's got a cow bone like this big. He's been gnawing on that thing for like 2 hours. He hasn't made a dent in it. But so you said something that I think is critically important, and we should cover this, because I believe it's going to be important. And that's why we push tactical civics so hard, was not because we're going to get to the end game really quickly. We likely will in the overall scope of things, but the idea of people who were part of tactical civics now are connected. They know each other. Those who are military know because they talk to each other. And those who are military, I found a number of people over time, a number of events I did for the last couple of years. I've been doing these events with groups, around the country. And you'll have a person there that's, 25, 26 years Navy or whatever military background. I'm here because I want to be part of the certified standing militia, the constitutional version of what was to be the normal course of law enforcement and keep in control of the political class in the country was that. So I was explaining it to them distinctly why this is important, but I would mention it here. We got to get connected to people in our communities because, and like Juan told me once, he said, look, when this begins, and I've never given up the idea, I wish I could, that this isn't going to happen. but he said it's going to happen because of the number of enemy combatants in the U.S. is massive. I mean, just Chinese is like hundreds of thousands. But when it starts, he said, yes, there's going to be great damage, home invasion, murdering all over the country, 200 cities and towns simultaneously, all at one time, try to shock the nation, terrify everybody. But this is America. And after about 2 or 3 days of this, then that's going to be the turning point, because the American, especially the patriot or the veteran, is going to say, F this bullshit. I'm going now. And as Juan said in the very beginning, he said, now law enforcement will be overwhelmed very quickly, but stay out of their way. Let them do their job. That's, you can't come rushing in there. Let them do what they're supposed to do. If they're being overrun, of course, you would want to step in and contribute to defending, men and women in blue, obviously. But he said what will happen is when that turning point hits, it's game over for them, because you're going to have committed people that aren't looking for, there's no capture here. There's only one thing, it's kill, because of what they did to the country, number one. But he said, in about 3 days, they're going to, their supply lines are going to break down, comms will break down. And he said the information they will be getting is all of a sudden that there's bodies are being stacked all over the country of them, because the Americans came out, and that's why nobody ever invaded us. 750 million guns in the U.S. And the people that are armed know how to use them. And the vast majority do. And he said, it'll be easy because you will now have this mindset of what just happened to your town, country, or community. And you'll see a group of people, if they're rolling through your neighborhood, and a group of Chinese, it's automatic. They don't live here. They don't belong here. And if they're here, let's go. And they're going to go out and deliver justice right in the street. And that's why I say nobody's going to leave the country. None of these enemy combatants get to go home. There is no we surrender. There's only two places for you: in the ground or Gitmo, which will be a slower track into the ground. But they're not going to go. They're not going to get away. They're not going to escape. They're never going to see their families again. They're never going home. And we minimize the damage if people start learning who lives in their community, start connecting with your neighbors, your friends. If you're ex-military, this dude is give him a call, find a way to meet him. Say, hey, I just want to kind of get a line, find out what you did in the military. We might have some trouble coming. Who else do you know around here? So if something hits a fan, we got a whole community of people that need protected. They don't know what to do, but we've been there. We know that's what people need to do. You know how it is, Mike.
It'll have
much more confidence. Yeah, it will. You got to have a plan, or
people will bond like instantly. They'll start doing, like you talk about, the home invasions, and they'll just work through neighborhoods. The word will get out, or somebody will get wind of it, and it'll spread, and then we'll be waiting for them in some areas. Some people, unfortunately, won't be so lucky, but those that are well informed and are watching, it could be, you're the person that basically holds the line, and then everybody else comes. But it'll be like that in neighborhoods, like you're saying, all over the country. I keep hearing from people, well, I'm out in the boonies. I'm like, you're an easy target then. All right. So I don't think that's where they're going to start. Easy targets. They're not going to come into some areas where it's easy. There'll be people that will do that. There'll be teams that do that. The best of them will be in teams that will do the big cities. But for the rest of all over the country, and neighborhoods all over our country, like once, and I've been saying too, initially there will be a lot of strikes, and that's a coordinated thing, and then we clean that up. It'll take a little time, and like you're saying, if you don't belong here, do you? So you can leave or you can die. It's up to you. But sometimes it won't be a question. Some people will come and it's obvious and they'll die because it's going to be that way. Kill or be killed. And then we clean up. We create maybe some watchers in certain areas, and then once it moves to the big cities, they're entrapped into the big cities like we talked about. Then the big cities basically come out with the big guns and just blow the hell out of the big cities because they're not going to. We can't go in there. You've seen it. I've seen it in Fallujah. I've seen it in a lot of Middle Eastern cities. We've seen it in Gaza. Hamas is in America. So you see the way they hold these cities. And the only way to get them out is to blow the hell out of those cities. So I've been saying for a long time, get out of the big cities. So if you're in the big cities and you know what's going down, you better get out right then. Because I know some of you guys have been, well, I can't leave. And okay, well, you can stay there forever then. It's up to you.
So, Juan did mention that a year or so ago. He said that we'll lose some cities. There will be cities that they won't come back for years after that. And that must be what he meant, because there's going to be that kind of destruction.
Yeah.
So how do you handle that when, now it's not in the Middle East, it's not another country, but you're now military operations on U.S. soil, which there has to be when the enemy's inside the wire. And we're not going to be like the Saudis are. I mean, if they have a target and that target runs into a building, they drop the whole effing building. They take out everybody. It doesn't matter, if they're innocent or not. They're getting their guy. That's how they do it. They certainly don't have the value of human life that we do, but we do. How do you handle that? How does the military handle that if one of those situations, you got to get them out of that building, but people are in that building that are civilians? What do you have to do?
Well, initially, people will be given the opportunity to leave those cities. And if they stay, then they're part of it. They're part of the gangs, the criminals, the cartels, whatever. So just like those boats that are out there that are bringing drugs to America, and they got struck, and I guess there were some survivors, and then he went and hit the survivors. We had missions like that where it's like, and that's a law right now. The law of war right now is like, these are combatants that no one lived.
Dash knows your work. It keeps everything connected so you can build on what's working instead of starting from scratch. Package final deliverables into stacks. Clean visual hubs you can share with your team. Focus on your work, not your workflow, with Dash.
So and so you have people like Mark Kelly's like, oh, it's not correct. That's the way they're going to try and play this game in some of these cities, and we're not going to play that. So it's going to be you leave or you die. You're either leaving, you're not part of them, or you're staying and you're part of them, and you're going to die. Or it's kind of like what we're doing right now in Venezuela. We have all these troops around. It's basically what we're going to see in some of these big cities. They're going to be surrounded by military. There'll be drones and stuff flying around, maybe doing a strike here and there when we know there's a legitimate target. It's not going to hurt anybody else. Just take out bad guys. And we'll just keep doing that for a while and wear them down, and then eventually it'll be all in. So that's what's happening right now in Venezuela. I think we're going to see the Venezuelans basically turn on them, and we're kind of waiting for that. We're probably feeding that as well, and that's the same thing that could happen in some of these cities. You know who the bad Democrats are, so you can live or you can die with them. One way to live is to take them out. So blood in the streets. So it's going to be brutal. I've seen it. I've seen it in the Middle East. It's like, it's crazy. You can't imagine how brutal it is. You see, go by. I talk about how I use the intuition stuff, and I would remote view, and I'd be like, okay, we're not going out right now, guys. Let's work on the vehicles, and there'd be a big boom, and it's like, okay, and then like the military would run up and down. Okay, it's all clear. We'd drive the street. And they had hit like they were aiming for any military convoy or contractors like ourselves, and you'd roll by and you would see a military vehicle like a Humvee or Bradley or whatever burning, and then you see next to it a family in a car, crispy, burned. So it's horrible. But that's what we're going to see in our cities. And that's because we've allowed them to come in for years, right? We didn't push back. And we always had that opportunity, but they didn't listen to us, Scott. We were calling it, you, me, and Nino. But there's, there are a lot of people that are going to respond in a correct way. Maybe there's going to be millions that are lost, but there's going to be hundreds of millions that continue. So that's where we're at, unfortunately.
You think we're looking at a count of millions?
Yeah, I mean, easily.
Well, I got to say it then. I've been telling you, folks, it's a lot worse than I thought. But we've been telling you, if the people look, I say it again and again, trying to sear this in people's in the engram plates in their brain. Politicians are cowards. That's why Trump's not a politician. He's an ass kicker. He's get tasked from day one. Politicians are cowards. When they're surrounded by their constituents who are totally pissed, they always buckle and they always do what you tell them to do because they know the gallows are waiting for them. American humans are no different than any other oppressed human in the world. When they're pushed far enough and the powder keg goes off, there's no stopping them. That's when you get caught in that temporal energy field. It's affecting every cell and every body. It's expanding. That's why somebody who's the good guy, like Bill Ogden taught me this. He said, look, as a school teacher, I know that if I leave the room unattended, eventually, even the good kid's going to throw an eraser because he's going to get caught up in the melee, right? Yeah, let's join in. Same thing in this situation too. It's just, it's just a matter of time that you see a guy that's a president of I don't know why a president of a bank would be anywhere near, but somebody in the community that's totally upstanding in the middle of a riot. Even he picks up a trash can and throws it through Bank of America window. What'd you do? I don't know. Everybody was going. I just yeah, let's do it. And that's exactly how it happens. On our side, if the powder keg certainly goes off, my dad said this for 25 years, and now I think we're closer and closer to that. Let's say contemplation. He said, I'm telling you right now, we're going to get to the day where the people are going to drag politicians in this country right out of their house, drag them in the street, put a bullet right in their head for what they did to this country or what they allowed to have the country. The political class did this. And when it was being done, they never did anything. They kept their mouth shut. They went along with it. Even if they were threatened by it, quit Congress, leave. If you're a politician and you're not going back home to a town hall and telling your constituents what they're doing to your country in DC, you're a coward. You don't belong in that. You don't belong in Washington. You don't belong in a position of power influence. All of them need to be gone because they're liars, thieves, and cowards and killers. They're one of those people because if they weren't, this country wouldn't be facing the threat today from inside the gate. Just wouldn't be. Yeah. But they never cared because their lives are good. They've been enriched. So let's get on the other side of this thing. When this type of thing happens, what's your thought process on how long it takes to turn this tide? I mean, I know Juan's told us it'll turn very quickly when that aspect starts of these enemy combatants. He said there's 500,000 enemy combatants in this country. I said, Juan, how the hell do we deal with 100 or 500,000 enemy combatants? He says, well, it's not 500,000. He said it's 100 million to 500,000. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, I see. Because you're going to have 100 million people that own weapons in the country at least. And he said that's what turns a tide quickly. But how do you see if the tide turns? How do you think that impacts the country? I mean, do we get on with Nassar law, money, clean it up, shipping the rest of them out of here because they're running in with their hands in the air? We had nothing to do with this. What does that look like, and what's the time frame? Do you think?
Yeah, I think it's going to be fairly quick as far as like the smaller cities and countryside and so forth. That'll be over fairly quickly, and then it'll move into other areas. And as long as it's an area where the militias and so forth can handle it, a along with probably military elements, drones, and so forth. I think it's going to be fairly quick in some of these other areas too. The big cities are the problem. That's where the Hamas type, like I'm talking about, they're going to be devastated to get them all. And so I think that takes months, maybe a year and a half, because we're going to try and do the right thing and not kill everybody, but eventually most of the cities will be destroyed. I think it's going to be, a couple of years after that to bring people to justice. It'll take, a long time to we're looking at how many people you think have died from the COVID vaccination? Million and a half, 2 million, maybe?
Million. Well, worldwide or here?
You're like, oh my God, you're saying there's going to be millions that are going to die? Yeah, because there's already been millions that died. This is nothing to these savages, these psychopaths. They'll send them out to die in waves. It's like and that'll make it easy for some. They'll come out and they think they're going to protest a certain way. They'll come out with their blue hair and a blue hair can aim a gun just as well as somebody like me with no hair. So I'm not knocking it. And a lot of them have had some serious training. So you can't just blow them off like, Democrats are going to lose right away. They didn't lose, the Civil War right away. So it'll take a little bit of time to bring them all to justice.
When I threw away all my diabetes medications, my wife was shocked. What she didn't know was that I had found the solution.
For anyone struggling with high blood sugar, do not take metformin. Did you know type 2 diabetes is a completely reversible condition? You may not know this, but the biological reason why people struggle with type 2 has nothing to do with how many carbs or sugars you eat. A study from our lab, independent of Big Pharma, has shown that type 2 diabetes is a direct consequence of a deficiency of just one single mineral in your body. This mineral directly affects the functioning of the pancreas, which makes insulin. The difficulty is that this mineral is almost impossible to get from food in the U.S. because it is all stuffed with chemicals and GMOs. And this is the main and only cause of type 2 diabetes. But more importantly, we discovered a simple 10 seconds technique anyone can use starting tonight, which is now clinically proven to restore sugar levels back to normal, regardless of your age or current condition, all without medications, injections, strict diets, or exercises, and it works like crazy. This natural bedtime hack is so confidential. The $50 billion diabetes treating industry is fighting to ban this video from the internet, as their entire business relies on your sugar levels never stabilizing as you get sicker and sicker, staying as a customer for life. More than 112,000 people of all ages are already using this natural solution and can finally control sugar levels even while eating their favorite foods. This ritual targets the root cause of type 2. So once your sugar levels are stable, they are there to stay. I encourage you to stop what you're doing right now and click the Learn More button to watch a short, free, special video that shows exactly how you can use this ritual starting today to naturally restore this mineral and stabilize glucose levels and dissolve diabetic fat off your body for good. Remember, this has nothing to do with exercises, restrictive diets, injections, or prescription medicines. And it doesn't matter if you need to lose 10 or 20 or 50 pounds of diabetic fat. Just imagine. No more finger pricks or feeling tired all the time. No more dealing with unexplained weight gain and living without the fear of kidney disease or heart issues. Best of all, you'll finally be able to enjoy your favorite foods with your loved ones again. However, the billion-dollar diabetes treating industry has already removed this special presentation from the internet twice before in a desperate attempt to protect their profits. So it's uncertain how long the information will remain available this time. Tap the Learn More button below before it's too late.
I think the cleanup will happen over time. So we're talking some of these cities get devastated. I don't know, just bulldoze them and build somewhere else, or build over the wreckage. It's been done many times before. So, but it doesn't. It happen. It takes a long time. It takes a very long time. Decades.
Well, if we had the resources and the will, I think it was trying to think of what area or country was literally rebuilt overnight with maybe the Marshall Plan. Parts of France or Germany, like shit went up like a chia pet was watered, and overnight it all just grows right back up.
Yeah.
I don't know I just heard this recently, but if there's money and will, and the people are inspired, but you and I understand the ascension process of this whole thing.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
And I said, yeah, I mean, and here's the thing. My belief is we have to, we've got to kill off big energy inevitably, using coal, oil, gas, natural gas, damaging the planet, Mother Gaia, damaging it and us by digging shit out of the ground, setting it on fire, and then buying electricity from this place over here that's, a centralized location, trucking energy across power lines for 50 miles where you're losing 30, 40% of it, but still have to pay for all of it. Try to hook up, I'm going off grid. I build a new house. I'm not going to connect up to the grid. Yes, you are. You are going to do it. We're going to arrest you. That kind of bullshit. Getting to the technologies where we don't need any of that. I think about the deconstruction of every power line in the U.S., these ugly power lines and poles that you see all over the place. It makes the landscape ugly, and it's unnecessary, but that's how they got control of us. Take the free stuff that God gave us on the planet and take it and sell it to these idiots and make them buy it, like force them to buy it and destroy the world, keeping control of that. We get to the point where these technologies are released. We need to deconstruct the cities. You're never going to you can't have the level of an ascension experience that you're here for when you're piled on top of each other in concrete jungles, blocking off the energetic fields of the planet. The circadian rhythm, your own is knocked off center axis. You just can't. You can't. It's because all these competing energies are just creating turmoil. And I know you're probably the same. I know when I'm outside of the cities, I feel more at peace. And I know that's why I spend a lot of time out at the ranch or the bus, because I just feel like I'm calmer, right? I'm walking on ground and grass.
Right.
And you're out there in a region where that temporal field is good people, ranching the land, helping their neighbors, going to church on Sunday. Man, Mike, I come out of a Home Depot about a year and a half ago, and there's a guy standing there, and I said, he's wearing the best pair of cowboy boots. I said, those boots you got on there are an invitation to be tackled in the parking lot and have them stolen. You realize that, don't you? I said, those are beautiful boots. He just laughed and adjusted his hat, nodded his head. And then I'm putting some stuff off one of those big carts onto the back of my pickup. I had just got the tailgate down and went around to open the door, and the guy had pulled up in his truck beside me. He's driving by, gets out, and he just starts helping me load into my truck this lumber. Like, I don't even know the guy, but that's Texas. And that's the kind of experiences when you live like that you just love being alive in any area you live in. So we have to eliminate these concrete jungles somehow. I said to Sasha when we were looking at the coastline from the ship over there, it might have been, I don't know what country, it might have been Cyprus. I said, look at this beautiful hillside on the ocean littered with all these structures. And it wasn't even attractive because they weren't dilapidated, but they had their time. And I said, how the hell do we get to the fourth density, fifth dimension? How do we get a planet that looks like that? What it'll take to eliminate all this and rebuild it into the avatar-like setting that God intended. He said it'll just demolecularize. The vibration moves us into the next dimension, and it simply disappears because you're in a whole different dimension. You're in a different vibrational state. You're extra dimensional now from this dimension here. And it just kind of like vibrates the way out of it. Like, where in the hell did it go? It disappeared because we ascended into the fourth density or the fifth into 5D, and it's not there in 5D. Whatever the landscape looks like, it's what it is in a fifth dimension, existence, so to speak. I thought, wow, that's the coolest explanation I've heard on how we get rid of all this shit. How do you tear up all the roads in the world when you have anti-gravitics and 0-point energy? We don't need a road. You don't need andesite. You don't need any of that stuff. You don't need cities and buildings, right? Yep. So how does that happen? We got to, how do we get back on that track? And it's kind of like Gaza. My theory is there's a lot less Gazans killed than I think. I think there was an operation to get them safely out of there. Let the IDF destroy every single building that there is where it's uninhabitable for anything, and negotiate with the Middle Eastern countries to spend trillions rebuilding a palace-like situation for the Palestinians to come back into. Look, here's where you're going to live now. Who knows? Who knows?
Yeah. So I did a show today with David Schmidt, who does LifeWave. So he has an idea. He has a drone program, and how I do the meditation, and I send love vibrations, and there's like no war in the areas that I was in. He has some kind of technology that he's working on that will broadcast that, and it will calm people down. I was like, really? Wow. So that's another way that we could possibly counter these crazies. I don't know. Like, yeah, there's frequencies, of course, and like what you're talking about right now, there's frequencies that we will eventually exist in where there can be no war because of the frequency is on a certain vibration. There's no negativity, there's no fear, there's no anger. Everyone, has these higher frequencies, and you can't go down into those frequencies. Otherwise, you just like disappear out of perfection. So
interesting.
There's a possibility that maybe we could counter some of this. I hope so. I don't want to see the destruction. I know a lot of people don't want to see the destruction. Is there another way? In this 3D reality, there's no other way, but maybe there's something else there. So yeah, I love to look at other options and move in that direction. If there were enough of us that were able to move the frequencies to a certain level, yeah. But I think there's going to be some kind of event that really is cataclysmic, maybe a crazy earthquake in California that takes out California, and there's so much trauma, there's so much pain that people, kind of like what happened with 9/11. I remember going and cruising through New York before 9/11, and no one's very nice. So, and then I went through after 9/11, and everybody was like beautiful, say hi, very nice. And sometimes trauma has to come before you move to a certain level of consciousness and frequency.
Well, unfortunately, but it's kind of like Juan had said, we had this near-death experience America's going to go through. I've tried to imagine what that looks like.
Yeah.
Because it's a very defined term. Near-death means one thing. Like you're on your way out. Like it's pretty much over, right? And I wouldn't think he'd use those words if he wasn't trying to solidify a point that, and it maybe keep us buoyant, our emotions hopeful that, hey, as bad as this looks, we're going to turn it around. We're going to turn the corner. So I thought that near-death experience would be primarily economic.
In too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov.
The bottom just comes out from underneath us, and we all end up flat on our asses on our backs. I mean, then and we look like we lost the country. And that's what it has to look like. Like, how the hell do we lose America? Now that I think about it, talking to you, I don't think we can get to that emotional point until that type of chaos happens, kinetic chaos, where it makes us really wonder, holy shit, is this really happening? How's this even possible? Conversely, on the other side, I probably picked this up off of your show, and I was told this was told to me by somebody who came early on in the podcast world, kind of prime and a pump as sort of an operation controlled by the White Hats to get the podcast world moving, where people like this are putting out incredible information. It's waking people up, and it led to a number of other people stumbling into the podcast world, passing information on. But he said to me once, he said, Scott, you have no idea how many special operators are walking around among us in every state in the country.
Yeah.
I thought, interesting. Can you speak to that?
Yeah, there's I would think probably 50 to 100,000 that are out there right now that have been trained up to certain levels. Not all of them are shooters, but there's quite a few that do other things, gather information and so forth, planning. So we're looking at, give you an idea how far out. This is why Juan can talk this, why President Trump can talk this, that we're going to lose cities. It's because they game it out. They look into the future by look, this and this and this. The Muslims come, we can't stop it. They're going to be here, and then they're going to do this, and the Chinese are going to be here, and the liberals are going to do this, and blah, blah, blah. So you look at all of these things that have happened over time, over centuries, thousands of years, and you start to game it out. When I was at SEAL Team 6, this was back in the late 80s, we were already gaming Venezuela all the way back then.
Really?
And now here we are. So there are plans that are out there for a lot of this stuff. That's why a guy like Juan, who's been very, very involved in all this stuff. I remember one time I was like, I'm going to throw Juan a curveball, and I'm going to talk about my time in at SEAL Team 6 when I was doing combat missions in hunting for Noriega. So I said something, and that there's only 3 or 4 people know about, and he's like, "Oh yeah, and this," and I'm like, "What?" So from that point on, okay, you got my attention. Well, I did. So he's been, very much involved in this stuff on a certain level in the intel community, obviously, gaming this stuff out. So when he comes out and says this, he says, "Yeah, we're going to go to this form of, currency and blah, blah, blah." I'm like, oh, that's very interesting. So he and I have been talking about, because he's an investor like me. So we've talked behind the scenes on a lot of this stuff, and he's been very accurate. I have been able to accumulate a lot more money because I've listened to Juan. And so it's, and of course I put that out too. You put that out. We have Dr. Elliott, and we talk about this stuff. So we've helped a lot of people. But the other thing we can help people with is to, like we've been saying, we have these elements here that are going to do this, this, and this. But since we know that, it's been gamed out, and just like we're seeing in Venezuela, we're almost not like firing a shot because it's been gamed out for so long, and we're like, we do this, they do that. So that's what's happening right now in the United States, quietly, but very effectively. A lot of these groups are being eliminated and removed.
And I think I picked that up too. They're just, it's like this silent extraction that nobody can see, but just like little by little, just nonstop, grab another. Do it where nobody can see it because it creates less chaos and fear and rumors and all that kind of stuff. Am I right?
Yeah, I was in Iraq in the early stages. Remember how they had the deck of cards? It's like this person, and every day it seemed like there was like, okay, this, and it's like, how did that happen? I knew because I had my buddies at SEAL Team 6 in Delta that were like, we're destroying them. I was like, wow. And then every night we're like crushing them. We're like just pounding doors and taking them everywhere. And I was like, wow. And I'm in the palace. I'm looking at all the intel reports. I'm not seeing any of it. But every day, deck of cards, we got this one. And then I'm talking behind the scenes because I'm at that level still. And they're like, yeah, you wouldn't believe, just like my buddy, we're killing thousands of them in Afghanistan. You would not believe. If we told the world what we were doing, they would shut us down. I was like, dang.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Do you get any of that kind of information from those guys, those type of guys, of what's being done right here? or is that more tight-lipped? I'd probably be tight-lipped, I would think.
That's super tight-lipped, but from my experience, having been in this game, also intuitive and remote viewer and so forth, they are hammering down. Now they're showing us a little bit of that occasionally, where I think recently there was like a raid in Chicago where they went in and got some gangs and so forth, and I'm looking at it, I'm like, that's some of my bros. That's a level of experience that's going in here and doing this. And I was like, whoa. So, I can see things that most people can't. And I can talk it because I'm sure those guys are like, yeah, let them know we're kicking some ass back here. So that's going on. It's absolutely going on. There's no question about it. Things would have already exploded on us, I think, at this point. I think all of this narrative that's going on right now with like the Mark Kelly and we just had some other people came out and said, oh, my offices were raided by MAGA. Like what? You guys are like full on stupid. And I guess that's because like I said early in the show, somebody's puppeting them to be stupider than they already are, or there's something else going on. So their days are super numbered. They're all dead men walking and women, because there's women doing bullshit too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so there's really no hope for them, is there?
No, not at all. It's done deal. And the Muslims and the Chinese and the cartel gangbangers, like we talked about, once the real guys, the real men show up, they are like wet their
open
pants.
Season.
Oh, it's
open season.
It's ugly. It's very ugly.
Nobody's ever truly seen the wrath of an American patriot. They haven't seen it, only because they've never stepped into their backyard or front yard, and they're here now.
Yeah. It's kind of like Mel Gibson in the Patriot games. Remember where
Patriot? The Patriot.
The Patriot, right? And so he comes in with a tomahawk and just starts hammer down. You're like taking their guns, shooting them with them, and it's like that. And you have a very highly skilled group of people that can do that. And you have like a president and Secretary of War that are like, the gloves are off, go kick some ass, boys. And it's like, woo, yeah, it's on. They're not going to let us know because they're, like I said, there would be, now we've seen hundreds of thousands, millions possibly that have died from vaccination, but there's no uproar about that. But you tell people that you have American military that are like kicking ass on cartels and all the, people that are going to kill us if we don't kill them now, there'd be such a big uproar. It's just disgusting. It's disgusting.
Attention law enforcement. You took an oath to protect and serve, to keep your family, your neighborhood safe. But in too many cities, dangerous illegals walk free as police are forced to stand down. Join ICE and help us catch the worst of the worst. Drug traffickers, gang members, predators. Join the mission to protect America with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Apply now. Join.ice.gov and fulfill your mission.
Disgusting to me, but that's human. That's human nature.
No, that's Democrat nature.
Yeah, pretty much.
You and I don't have that. Those lunatics have that nature.
And I see the chat. The chat's beautiful. Everybody's like, yeah, let's kick some ass. It's like, yeah.
Everybody wants the rock and roll. Somebody get Jaco a gun. Turn him loose, please. Come on, Mike. I gotta see it.
But at some point, it goes full on, and it gets taken care of, like Juan's talking about.
Well, our military back channel said very distinctly, we will not make a move until we can guarantee the safety of the American people. They're going to button up a lot of shit before they turn those dogs loose, because they do not want to have something go wrong where it costs a lot of innocent lives by a mistake or perceived mistake, because You can't have, again, the whole reason why they were getting us to a point of waking people up, because a lot less people die in this type of conflict if they're awake, because if not, the lunatic left will be out there. Look what they're doing. ICE agents. I mean, they're bringing in National Guard to take these shitheads down that are actually attacking ICE agents. The greatest thing I see, and look, people don't like to hear this, but I don't really give a shit anymore, because this is about freeing the country from it. But when one of these lunatics come right up and they're screaming in the face of these soldiers, and one guy just takes his canister, just blasting right down into their lungs with pepper spray and shit, just coating their face orange with his stuff. Or some of them push one of these riot cops, and they just take a freaking rifle, but bam, just like you guys had to do in the Middle East, drop them. Buddy of mine was in Fallujah, and he said, he was one of the guys that was there. He was a Marine, and he described the horror of all of it and the stupidity of basically having these guys decimated, and then they'd call for a ceasefire and give them 3 days to rearm. It's crazy as shit. Like Tora Bora, no different. That's our cabal powers doing what they do. But he said they'd put these guys, capture and put them in, get up on the back of the truck, and they just stand there like, I'm not going to listen to you. Bam, drop them with a rifle butt, hit the ground. They jump up in, you drive them somewhere. Okay, get out of the truck. I'm not listening to you. You jump up in there, bam, drop on with a rifle butt, and then they all start jumping off. He said that's every day, all the time. That's just what you have to deal with, because they have this sense of pride, and they would rather take a rifle butt to the head with their wife and kids standing there watching it happen than to just say peacefully, okay, yes, I'm going to do the right thing and protect my family. Some of the stupid shit we got to deal with.
They're very creative. They're not very analytical, but they're very creative, and that's the way their religion works. I remember, for instance, we would go into a restaurant. And it was like, there's going to be 4 of us. One guy's coming, and we're like 4 menus, and they'd be like, and no, we got another guy coming, and it'd be like, it's like, yeah, just leave a menu. And so they put 3 menus down and take the other menu. It's like, there's the analytical process is not so good, but they're very creative. They can make a lot of crazy bombs and strap them around themselves and walk into some place and blow a lot of people up, and no one will know it. So it's that mindset. So you have to learn that mindset, and once you understand it, you don't put yourself in a position where you're going to be impacted by it. So, for instance, there would be an attack. There was like we built a new sanitation plant or something, or a new water filtration plant, and there's a celebration about it. So all these people were there, and kids were there, and the military's there, and they're handing out candy to the kids, and then the car bomb goes off and kills lots of these kids and some of the soldiers and so forth. And so then the parents are all distraught. They run in. There's medical come in. Then the second car bomb goes off and kills all them. And it's just over and over again. So you start to understand, how unbelievably evil they are, and you stop playing that game. You just come in and you destroy them. You know who they are. You destroy them. They're not. It's like those guys that are bringing drugs to kill, 100,000 innocent people here in America. One of my son, and so they're coming with that. They die. We're not playing. So and as long as we play, we die, and more of us die. So which do you want? Do you want them to die who are trying to kill us, or do you want to play nice and we die? So no, we have to. It's not that hard. It's very simple. We have to set our minds to getting the job done, just like we did in the Revolutionary War, just like we did in World War I, just like we did in World War II. We weren't allowed to win in Vietnam. We weren't allowed to win in Afghanistan. So this one, we will win, and we will be brutal.
Yeah, nobody's going to. Everybody in America will defy orders, constitution, you name it, whatever it is. If it comes down to that, they're just not going to give a shit. They just ain't going to do it. They're not going to tolerate it. When it hits a certain point, when they realize, hey, this is real, this is happening, this is really happening, you're going to see the gasket blow. Last question. What do you think the potential is of, and I think this, in my opinion, this is going to show the world the resolve that the president has if and when he does it. The exporting, deporting Mamdani and Ilhan Omar and those people, high-level political figures, rolled up and deported because they have the information, because they know it all, that these people are criminals, they got here illegally, or they're aligned with the enemies of America. What do you think the potential is for Trump saying, pick them up, put their asses on a plane, and send them back? And they can never return to the States. We got an eye on them. If they come back again, they're going to get no, because they're still an enemy combatant.
So the court of public opinion is very strong, and it is rolling against them quite strongly. I know my show, I'm doing it quite almost every day, hammering them. I see it on the internet. I do post, just basically pointing this stuff out. But there's a lot of people that are on this. It is over the top. They're done. Now, we've been talking about how she married her brother to come here, Ilhan Omar, and now it's been pointed out over and over again, but nothing's been done. But now, Big Daddy Trump's here, and so we're going to start to see some stuff happening. And he's talked about it. He said, yeah, she should be deported. And so she comes out, she's all badass, and she's like, I'm a big girl. I can go live wherever in the world. Okay, that's good. Because you're gonna, and
you are,
yeah, and you're going back there, and see how that works for you. Maybe you can clean it up. You got all this education about how great things can be, and maybe you can go back there and make a difference. That's great. But you're not supporting America. You don't believe in America. You're always fighting America. Anyone with that type of attitude, you're not American. So we're going to send you away. It's that simple too.
Because I'm a compassionate guy, I'm going to offer a possibility. I mean, you got to give her the benefit of the doubt. Maybe she married her brother not because she was trying to get him in the country. Maybe she was already banging him. Who knows? We got to give her the benefit of the doubt.
Sure. I mean, whatever. All right. So yeah, you loved your brother, and
you that in part of the world.
I don't think it worked that way, because she's, I think, got another squeeze or something. I don't know. So
that matters with the rules that they play by.
It doesn't. It doesn't matter. But
I've been taking Digesticare for 3.5 years. It's a wonderful product. It has greatly improved my digestive system and my overall health. I am so pleased with this product. It has done so much and changed my life. I recommend this product to anybody with any kind of digestive or autoimmune disorders.
I'm Dr. Sergey Sorin, Medical Director of the Shili Sorin Wellness Institute. I'm about to give you the most valuable health tip I could possibly provide. If you or someone you love is living with ongoing health challenges, or if you are simply interested in better health as you age, go to lifesavingformulas.com. There, you will learn about cellular support of the normal biochemistry of the human body. Copy it down. That's lifesavingformulas.com.
Usually the guy has multiple women. I don't know about the women. Maybe you're in her position of power. Maybe you can have multiple men. I don't know. So, but yeah, it's got to end. We've been nice, like you're saying. It's nice. No more Mr. Nice Guy, and or Mrs. Nice Guy, Mrs. Nice Gal. So we're gonna really hammer down. We have to stop right now. I mean, everybody's listening. You're going to see this. Hopefully, this goes wide and far, and hope we don't get hammered, because I know you've pointed a lot of this stuff out before. about the Kazarian Mafia, and they really came after you. So we're going to see where we're at as far as consciousness here with a show like this. If it gets hammered, then I don't know.
People aren't ready.
Maybe I don't want to live in Texas. Maybe I want to live somewhere else, or somewhere else in the world. So but I don't think that. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah, maybe we get hammered, maybe we get shut down or whatever. But it's coming to the point where we're going to take care of business. I don't know what's going to push it to that point. I like the way Trump handles stuff because I'm like, oh, we got to just jam these people, and then he does something so smooth, and it's like over. I'm like, God, that's like unbelievable. So I hope it's more like that. It's possible, I guess, but I don't see it, but it's definitely possible. Anything's possible.
Yeah. Well, if we get butchered for this kind of a show, I don't know what to do. I guess I'm going to have to come on stronger. Imagine that.
I know. That's the way I am too. Yeah, absolutely. Oh, you didn't like that? Oh, good.
Oh, watch this, mofos. Listen to this one. It's look. I've already, put a personality out there into the world that is not mine, is contrary to my nature. Patriot people think Patriot Street Fighter is like, this is just, well, it is the way I am under circumstances, but I've never spoken like this publicly in my life. I was diplomatic statesman, like I'm going to be a senator. I'm going to be held accountable. I don't want them rolling tape on me 20 years ago. Here's the real Scott McKay. No, I was always a diplomatic guy, but guess what? That shit doesn't work. And I thought, okay, these bastards have used my virtues against me my whole life. No more. That's why I can come out and start dropping F-bombs and showing absolute passionate, righteous anger. And I don't give a shit if you don't like me or my style. That's why I'd have like people coming up to me and like at the Reawaken America events, and people say like, man, I really love what you're doing for the country, but I don't like your language. And I'm like, sit down. I got too many asses to kick today. Next person. Right. Yeah. But again, we've all done it. We have allowed them to do this. And folks, I'm telling you right now, look what it got you. Look what's at your doorstep.
Yeah.
You cannot allow anybody anymore to use your virtues against you. That is a death sentence. We will take out the enemy. We will destroy and crush the enemy in a way that nobody in the Q team said this. Their response to this whole thing is going to be so definitive in front of the whole world that in history, nobody will ever try anything like this again onto this country. That's why the response has to be inhumane, in my opinion, and so brutal that it shocks the world. Like, yep, just like we already won World War II, it was already over. Go ahead and drop this bomb on Hiroshima. Let them see why. You're never going to do this again, Japan. And, just in case somebody missed it, drop one on Nagasaki. Let them see how serious we are about doing this again when we didn't even need to do this because it was already done. The war was done. That kind of brutality to set the mark that if you do this, this is inevitably what's going to happen to you. So hopefully that response, it comes. I hope we don't have to get there. Trust me. I don't want to see, even enemies. I don't want to see dead bodies all over the place. I would like to see as little of that as possible. And then the rollout of Nasrallah. I believe it's already underway. I think you do too. I believe people say, how are we going to get all these people out of here? I said it before. When these people come to realize, number one, they can't win. Number two, learn in their own shock and trauma, they did this to you. They sent you here to make us believe, or not only that, let's face it, these killers, the Bush murder machine since 1990 went into the Middle East. Why do you think they want to kill us? I don't blame them at all. Why do these Muslims want to come here and kill us? Look at what we American people not only stood by and allowed these criminals like the Bushes to do, and Clinton, we're cheerleading them because we didn't know better. We didn't know. They don't know that we didn't know. They know we're supporting American people. Go over there and kick ass and kill these bastards. How can you blame them for wanting to come here and do that to us? I don't blame them one bit, because these bastards in D.C. and the Bush, Cheney, Rumsfeld cabal and the Khazarian mobsters, the Nazi infiltrators, did this to the Middle East. And I also saw something recently. It said that the Khazarian mafia, quote unquote, fake Jews, said we need to pit the Christians and Muslims against each other so they spend their time killing each other, because if they find out what we're doing and who we really are, they'll align and wipe us completely off the map. Mm-hmm. I've seen that actually written text in their philosophical strategy. But at the end of the day, I'd like this to see a mass exodus of Europe, Western Europe, and the U.S. and other countries where everybody's going home. The Hispanics, even the good, hardworking ones here in America that truly contribute to this country, not the killers and criminals, they're heading across the border. Why? Because now they're seeing that there's wealth being distributed to every inhabitant of every nation. But to get it, you got to go home. You're going to see prosperity happening in America for everybody, but not you. If you don't belong here, right? Right. Yours is in your own country. So I said prior to this popping up recently from somebody else or somewhere else, I said this years ago, this is how we put people back to where they probably really want to be in their homeland. If they could live wonderful lives in their own homeland, do you think that they wouldn't go back? They come here for what? Opportunity, good life, wealth, whatever, privilege. That's why they come here. What if they had it in their country? What are they going to do? Yeah. Back home. I wouldn't be surprised.
That's the way it is. I mean, Mexico, I've been to Cancun quite a few times, and it is phenomenal. And all around Cancun, up at highway, I've been up and down highways, beautiful, everything. Everybody's great. So it's like you're saying, there's prosperity to be had in every country. You just have to get rid of the gangs, and that's like the shine bombs and the people that are running Iraq and Iran and all these criminals that are running the show all around the world. It's not just European criminals and criminals here in America. It's all over the world in leadership positions. So I think all of them are going to be cleaned out. And if they're cleaned out, the world will be incredible. Remember when we were locked down at COVID, there was no war. So they had complete control. They need war. So how do we get complete control where there's no war? The good guys, we do away with the bad guys, all of them. Mm-hmm. And then there won't be any wars. And then we'll learn things that have been taken from us. We'll have free energy. We'll have just on and on and on and on. We'll build amazing cities where you walk into a room and you're empowered, because these boxes we live in, we live in boxes because they're screw with their energy. So there's lots of things that we're going to learn going forward about energy and consciousness and so forth. That is very, very simple.
Did you think I bailed on you? Where's my picture? I had some work to do around the house. What'd you guys think of the episode Did Nino ever come on? I don't think he did he? I never heard him. Yeah, I didn't get to see all of the episode. Where's my picture? Where's my picture? Moving. Hello there. Yeah, tell me about it. How's it going, guys and gals? What are we talking about here in the chat? That ended kind of sudden. You guys want to look at this wand thing? Handouts, rent, money, health insurance. Yeah, I know people are confused by that. NESARA was a plan made in the Clinton era. It was a New World Order plan. It doesn't mean that that's not basically what they're trying to put together now. It's just a different name and a different idea, different plan. It's nothing to fear or worry about. What did I do? I had to clean up stuff, vacuum, and, that kind of stuff. Multitasking, that's the life. If you don't multitask, you don't get shit done. Yeah. So, why don't we put Juan on here for a second? It's not super long. I'd like to see what he's got to say. And then we'll wrap up with a super duper music video put together by me. Do. Yeah, I did. Anything else going on in the news while we've been here? I will look.
The Schumer shutdown hurt Americans. Families lost wages. Military pay
Some of you
was
guys
threatened.
already seen this?
Watch how butter affects belly fat.
Can you spot the difference between these two butters? One sizzling and popping. The video that I like kind of almost the most is one, I don't know if anybody's got a copy of it out there, the hardball video that I did with Larry Patterson, who was President Clinton's head of security when he was governor of Arkansas, 30-year state trooper. Larry Patterson's in it, and then Larry Nichols. That got pretty broad dissemination, back there in the mid-90s. And this one was done a little bit earlier. And, we had a pretty good time putting that one together. We did several, but the bond stuff was key to everything going on in Arkansas. And you have to remember, when you listen to that video, the sequence was that in the 80s, the Bank Crooks and Criminals International, BCCI, was essentially this money laundering location that several intelligence agencies tag teamed and put together. Wasn't just CIA and very moneyed groups. And they were money laundering through BCCI for all sorts of intelligence agency activities, drug money, all sorts of contraband money. And it got exposed. Clark Clifford was the person who actually helped get the U.S. Banking agreement in place, a very secret handshake crowd type of a thing. And as BCCI began to get exposed and couldn't do business there, then this racket was come up with the development finance authorities in numerous states. So it wasn't just Arkansas Development Finance Authority where Larry was at. It was Kentucky Development Finance Authority, Nebraska Development Finance Authority, Louisiana Development Finance Authority. There was about a dozen of them around the country. And they were all money laundering primarily drug money out of South America. and it was being used for black budgets, money you don't have to go to Congress for various nefarious activities. You wonder, how are a lot of these black hat operations being funded with drug money? And I don't have time today to go into it, but I've talked about it a number of times. We created the drug kingpins. There were 6, and then we used one of them for a demonstration, very much like what you see in the movie Clear and Present Danger, which was based, on, stuff that was going on in real life in that era. And so, I could talk more about that. I think our friend was killed because he was doing one on Obama that was thinly veiled on reality there when he passed away at his desk. But that particular video with what Larry is showing there, you're seeing the black hand, crime organizations and intelligence operations hand in hand laundering that money. And they were skimming off about 15% of every dollar that came in through that bond situation. By the way, it was better. The people doing the money laundering, that 15% was so cheap. Why? Because how much taxes do you pay if I get you $500,000 or $500 million in loans, and you're a big chicken farmer or something like that? If I can get you $500 million in loans, how much taxes do you have to pay at $500 million?
Depends if it's tax exempt or if it's taxable.
30%, maybe. I don't know.
Zero. You don't pay taxes on a loan.
Yes, you're right. Yeah.
Oh, good point.
And what are they doing? They were taking loans. They were giving loans for businesses to, expand their business in all of these states. But they were never paying them back. That's what Larry's telling you. He wanted to help improve efficiency. The thing that happened, Larry didn't get read in. He went to work. They says, well, here's your Lincoln. You want the blue one, the black one, or the white one? And he says, well, I'll take the blue one. And so, they had Lincoln sitting there in the, big Lincoln town cars. So he takes the town car. They said, here's your office. And by the way, we always golf on Thursdays at such and so time. So, come on down, and we have the lunchroom and all that. He went to work, but nobody told him. Everybody assumed, because he was coming from, Clinton had promoted him for the job, that he kind of knew what the deal was. They weren't there to do anything except make sure that the checks went out on time for the people that were getting loans in this money laundering operation. It was bond money, and who was buying the bonds? They were listed in Wall Street. Who was buying the bonds? It was drug money coming out of South America. Well, they're investing in bonds in America. How's the money going out? It only can be done by the governor. The governor had to sign the check. And nobody in Congress, nobody in the state legislature co-signed or anything, only the governor. So they'd set it up, and he would co-sign for the state that said that if the people that we're loaning the money to don't pay back the money on the bond, then the state of Arkansas is on the hook to repay the lender, which was this pseudo public-private organization, Arkansas Development Finance Authority. And then they're loaning out all this money. These are the guys running the drugs. We tracked a lot of these aircraft to the very companies and people that were getting the loans. That's what MENA was all about. Mm-hmm. There's so much, even in the movie that was done, Tom Cruise and all that, it's like, oh gosh, that there was so much more to it than was there. But I get it with the movie. It's, and then they had to kill Barry Seal. Barry, even his wife thought he was a bad guy because he met her while he was undercover, but he was actually a deep cover.
As you know, Juan, many people who they think are good are not good, and many people they think are bad are not bad.
Yeah, when you're in that realm, you have to play a certain role. And you can't fall in and out of character too much, or you get yourself killed. So you have to stay in character, and Barry did an amazing job. A lot of stuff, the way it's portrayed, isn't quite true. One of the players I hope that would choose to come out while he's still viable enough and has this story to do is Terry Nichols. You know, Ollie income free. Come on, Terry, come out and tell your side of the story. And
Juan, if you can, real quickly, I know we're at an hour, so I know we're gonna wrap it up here. But I was telling Warren when I was listening to David meeting with you, we were in California talking about this. I was getting Vujade all over again. So maybe highlight that this is the same, like rinse, wash, repeat. And to your point, a lot of folks don't understand, maybe people like Barry and others, when you're in a role like that, maybe a knock role, and you haven't been relieved of duty, you just cannot say something.
No, for example, a certain person that we both know was when the transition from Reagan to Bush happened, and then the operations stopped. Certain people were not decommissioned, if you will, debriefed and relieved of duty. And so I compare it to the aircraft Lady Be Good. Trump has said he wants to go to Libya. And so that's where Lady Be Good is at. And a friend of mine was the one that was actually on the team that was dispatched when Lady Be Good was found,
Dash knows your work. It keeps everything connected so you can build on what's working instead of starting from scratch. Package final deliverables into stacks. Clean visual hubs you can share with your team. Focus on your work, not your workflow, with Dash.
16, 17 years after it crashed in World War II in the deserts of Libya. And they went out to decommission it. And oil drilling crew, Dakota Mining, found it, or Dakota Drilling craft out in the desert. And so the desert out there is just like one big, huge runway. It's just hard and hot. And so they flew out and landed near Lady Be Good. And my friend was the person who was charged specifically with decommissioning the aircraft. So they tested every gun on the airplane. Had been sitting out there in the desert. I think it's 59, and it crashed in 43. Every gun fired. It still had 25 gallons of water in a water tank on the aircraft, but the crew had bailed out, thought they were over water, and tried to walk out of the desert. If they'd only known 15 miles away, their aircraft was still there intact, had belly landed in, and the water was still there. But anyway, and they could have even radioed from the aircraft because it was that viable, even though it had belly landed in. But that aircraft was listed as active, but missing. So all of those years, that aircraft was still on the ledgers as an active aircraft, missing in action. It wasn't until he went out, removed the guns, removed other things that were there that they wanted for research purposes, having sat out in the desert all those years, the instruments and things like that, that it was then decommissioned and taken off the list. There was not proper decommissioning of some of those operatives from operations from the Reagan era as things went into the Bush era, because they didn't want an official record of certain things. They wanted to continue on and go a different direction. And so the records still need to be updated at some point in time on a lot of the things that happened going back to Reagan and that affected our country in wild, bizarre ways, affected the world. And the bond stuff is right there in the middle of all of it. So,
and David, Warren, I tell you, Warren and I were listening to David, Juan, and I'm looking at that video from the 80s and 90s, and I'm seeing what David's revealing to us, and you know what's going on out here in Nevada, and you're just like, for God's sakes, it's just, I keep saying this, but it's rinse, wash, and repeat with these corrupt officials.
Yeah. The money is not drug money necessarily in these situations with the stuff in these particular types of state bonds, but a lot of the stuff was learned from the law firms, just like Rose Law Firm. Rose Law Firm's primary business was writing bond instruments for this money laundering. And then as the black money ops went different directions, a lot of these law firms went into municipal bonds and various school bonds and things like that. And it's become endemic all across the country. It's a very, very serious situation. I think there's ways for us to soften the blow as a nation, but it's going to be a bit tough. I think there has to be a bond moratorium for a period of time. And when you say that, politicians, law firms, everybody's going to come out of the woodwork. It's going to be, it's going to be horrendous. However, and I'm sure David would agree with me, there isn't an alternative. The way that things are going right now, you have to say pause.
Yeah, it's going to bankrupt if you don't. Yeah, if you don't slow it down, it's headed a big BK.
I don't think even with stopping right now, you don't end up in a bankruptcy situation. At the very least, you have to. First of all, there's going to be a moratorium, and then you have to decide those firms, those legal firms that have foisted these things on the public knowingly in violation of the law. They personally, within their own individual wealth, the lawyers and the law firms and then the insurance companies are going to have to pony up massive amounts of money, and there's going to be a lot of corrective action and then a review, county by county, municipality by municipality, whether or not they're in compliance with state laws in a lot of these places. And a lot of the election fraud is centered around getting politicians into office who will then be participants in making sure these fraudulent monetary instruments get passed and in play. And so you think it's just about them for, some, law that's, has to do with how we, abortion or something else. No, it's about getting these bond instruments through. That's where the real money's at. The money is just fantastical, and it brings in Wall Street and everything else. So there's going to have to be a moratorium. We need to have a huge conversation as a country on this. And I think, David, you're as well positioned as anybody in the country to talk on this. There's almost nobody that fully gets this. Now, we've uncovered a few articles. Some of the stuff you've sent me over the last couple of days, just fantastic. People saw this, but I don't think they saw it in the entirety the way you've seen it. And they don't necessarily have the solutions, I think, that we could bring to it. Plus, they were writing about it a decade and a half ago. Here we are. So now we can have a different conversation to help people to get past this moment, and that's exactly what we have to do. So anyway, it's a big deal. I'm glad you did. I'm sorry I didn't get in there earlier, and I hope I didn't hurt the conversation too much, but you had this ace with David that could tell you stuff that nobody else can really dissect this the way he can.
I agree. Now, Warren had a big entry for you, and you blew it, Warren, but it's okay. He made a big cookie for you, but no.
Oh my gosh, yeah, it's brutal.
Well, here's something right here we all need to think about, and that's free Tina Peters now, Mr. President. And Warren, if you can't see, I've got a meme on here that Alabama Alley made for us that we've been sharing a lot. And, I just think that what did you say today? You sent me a text. It was about what we need to do. We need to, any call to the White House needs to be about Tina Peters, I believe.
Yeah, I think that their phone lines were cooking. I was caller 21. I waited about 15 minutes before I got through, and they made nice notes, and I was able to get my thoughts in. And I think that that the White House has gotten an earful, and it needs to. We need to be right on the situation with Tina. Love the president, understand all the dynamics in play, the risks, everything else that things that it's a clockwork. So with all respect to the president and all the aspects of this action or decisions that impact him, impact the country, find a way, please figure it out.
Amen. Amen. Another thing we need to think about is one day hand count ballots. I'm going to put another one up here because it needs to be put up here. And
that's important, Mark, because, what David talked about, not only these ballot initiatives that are out for vote, they keep lowering them down, right? 2/3, 55%. We can finally get to that weird, 51-49 algorithm and stuff. But, to David's point, how many bonds have actually passed? Or you were
Hate when that happens. Pain in the ass. How far in the show were we? I hate Rumble.
Watch what apples do to our body.
Trail mix.
First ingredient, peanuts. One of the worst. It's not a nut at all. Raisin. Butter. Should we eat it? Butter. Buttered toast.
The video that I like kind of almost the most is one, I don't know if anybody's got a copy of it out there, the
How
hardball
far in were we?
from operations from the Reagan era as things went into the Bush era, because they didn't want an official record of certain things. They wanted to continue on and go a different direction. And so the records still need to be updated at some point in time on a lot of the things that happened going back to Reagan and that affected our country in wild, bizarre ways, affected the world. And the bond stuff is right there in the middle of all of it. So,
and David, Warren, I tell you, Warren and I were listening to David, Juan, and I'm looking at that video from the 80s and 90s, and I'm seeing what David's revealing to us, and what's going on out here in Nevada, and you're just like, for God's sakes, it's just, like, I keep saying this, but it's rinse, wash, and repeat with these corrupt officials.
yeah, the money is not drug money necessarily in these situations with the stuff in these particular types of state bonds, but a lot of the stuff was learned from the law firms, just like Rose Law Firm. Rose Law Firm's primary business was writing bond instruments for this money laundering. And then as the black money ops went different directions, a lot of these law firms went into municipal bonds and various school bonds and things like that. And it's become endemic all across the country. It's a very, very serious situation. I think there's ways for us to soften the blow as a nation, but it's going to be a bit tough. I think there has to be a bond moratorium for a period of time. And when you say that, politicians, law firms, everybody's going to come out of the woodwork. It's going to be, it's going to be horrendous. However, and I'm sure David would agree with me, there isn't an alternative. The way that things are going right now, you have to say pause.
Yeah, it's going to bankrupt if you don't. Yeah, if you don't slow it down, it's headed a big BK.
I don't think even with stopping right now, you don't end up in a bankruptcy situation. At the very least, you have to. First of all, there's going to be a moratorium, and then you have to decide those firms, those legal firms that have foisted these things on the public, knowingly in violation of the law. They personally, within their own individual wealth, the lawyers and the law firms, and then the insurance companies are going to have to pony up massive amounts of money, and there's going to be a lot of corrective action, and then a review, county by county, municipality by municipality, whether or not they're in compliance with state laws in a lot of these places. And a lot of the election fraud is centered around getting politicians into office who will then be participants in making sure these fraudulent monetary instruments get passed and in play. And so you think it's just about them for, some, law that's, has to do with how we, abortion or something else. No, it's about getting these bond instruments through. That's where the real money's at. The money is just fantastical, and it brings in Wall Street and everything else. So there's going to have to be a moratorium. We need to have a huge conversation as a country on this. And I think, David, you're as well positioned as anybody in the country to talk on this. There's almost nobody that fully gets this. Now, we've uncovered a few articles. Some of the stuff you've sent me over the last couple of days, just fantastic. People saw this, but I don't think they saw it in the entirety the way you've seen it. And they don't necessarily have the solutions, I think, that we could bring to it. Plus, they were writing about it a decade and a half ago. Here we are. So now we can have a different conversation to help people to get past this moment, and that's exactly what we have to do. So anyway, it's a big deal. I'm glad you did. I'm sorry I didn't get in there earlier, and I hope I didn't hurt the conversation too much, but you had this ace with David that could tell you stuff that nobody else can really dissect this the way he can.
Now, Warren had a big entry for you, and you blew it, Warren, but it's okay. He made a big cookie for you, but
oh my gosh, yeah, it's brutal.
Well, here's something right here we all need to think about, and that's free Tina Peters now, Mr. President. And Warren, if you can't see, I've got a meme on here that Alabama Alley made for us that we've been sharing a lot. And, I just think that what did you say today? You sent me a text. It was about what we need to do. We need to, any call to the White House needs to be about Tina Peters, I believe.
Yeah, I think that their phone lines were cooking. I was caller 21. I waited about 15 minutes before I got through, and they made nice notes, and I was able to get my thoughts in. And I think that the White House has gotten an earful. And it needs to. We need to be right on the situation with Tina. Love the president. Understand all the dynamics in play, the risks, everything else that things that it's it's a clockwork. So, with all respect to the president and all the aspects of this action or decisions that impact him, impact the country, find a way, please. Figure it out.
Amen. Amen. Another thing we need to think about is one day hand count ballots. I'm going to put another one up here because it needs to be put up here. And
And that's important, Mark, because what David talked about, not only these ballot initiatives that are out for vote, they keep lowering them down, right? 2/3, 55%. We can finally get to that weird, 51-49 algorithm and stuff. But to David's point, how many bonds have actually passed, or you were just led to believe that they passed?
Well, one of the things that when I was doing stuff with the Collier brothers down in Florida back in the late 80s, early 90s, and they were looking at Vote Scam. They wrote the book Vote Scam and all of the issues. One of the wild, crazy things that was just over the top, I couldn't believe it when they were saying it. They were looking at the way the vote was recorded versus what the actual counts were in the precincts where the vote was initially counted and done, and then the way it was logged into the county logbooks. And the vote over and over and over and over again had no comparison to what the actual votes were. They just put in wild numbers and nobody was checking. They just accepted that some person votes for, a local.
He's driving. I know he's going to be going through spots, Warren. So,
yep. Yeah. He's
back to you, David. This election integrity is critical to these bond issues.
Well, if there's one thing that I've noticed, it's bond elections occur at the same time as candidate elections. That ought to tell you something right there.
Imagine that, Warren. There's no bond measures on the ballot tomorrow at that special election. Is there in Tennessee 7?
I do not think so, but that's something I can look into.
Join ICE with bonuses up to $50,000 and generous benefits. Join.ice.gov.
Yeah, David, as you know, I think even Representative Green retired this year from Congress, very strong Republican district. And you've got Matt Van Epps, the Republican, in like a plus 20 Trump area. Somehow she's very close, right? She's very close, even though she said she hates country music. She hates Nashville. She is for transgender surgery for minors, and she wants to defund the police. It stretches credibility. But I wonder if there's a bond issue that's on that same ballot.
Yeah. Look for a school bond issue. Yeah,
I will. Yes, sir. Yeah, I got people I can call on that too. So yes, I will I'll work on that.
David, any last minute thoughts? I know we went way over here, but your thoughts on this probably is not just happening in California, I'm guessing.
No, it's everywhere. I mean, it's from what I've heard is that I need to be careful of what I'm talking about because it's the biggest secret in California. But it's not just the biggest secret in California. It's a huge secret that's taking place all over America. And that secret is the following. People are getting rich and depriving kids of a good education.
Wow.
It's that simple. It is that simple. It goes from developers to contractors to architects to engineers, general laborers, material men, union. I mean, all these guys who put the money up to pass the bond measures are those who are benefiting from it. You see, I've looked at all these 463 forms or 460, whatever they are. They show all the people contributing to the bonds. It's all the companies. You'll find one or, not more than 5 residents have I ever seen on a disclosure deal. You'll see tens to 20, 30, 40 companies. You'll see 5 residents at $100. You'll see unions on there at $250,000 for LA Unified, $100,000 for LA Unified bonds. I mean, that's all in my mega taxer articles. But Yeah, it's just the biggest secret is out. People are getting unbelievably rich off of our kids. And that to me is a really bad way to make a living. The other thing is the following. And I think it's really critical. We have to realize that these are lives that we're shaping. This is a matter of national security. I can tell you that it is a matter of national security because I want to know who's been buying these bonds. That's the hardest thing to find out. In all the research I've done, it's like impossible to find out who's been buying the bonds.
Wow. There you go, Warren. There. Follow the money, right? Who's buying these bonds? Yeah.
Well, the county of Los Angeles is making the distributions. So they've got to have public records on it, you know.
I shared with you, and I know we got to wrap it up. A friend, David, who previously from California. When I say this, believe me, this person knows California Democrat politics, knows it inside and out. And when I brought this up, they said, "Well, of course, this is no secret. This is, inside the apparatchiks, we know this." Of course we know. That's why no one's going to say anything, especially when maybe they get iced out of a race in L.A., from one Democrat candidate from a primary to another, because, well, just shut up and you'll get a payment, and then it'll be your time. But I was amazed at how
go with the flow
widespread this is there in the political circles.
It is ubiquitous. It is ubiquitous, and friends and relatives and, associates and colleagues who really don't know how to dot an I or cross a T are getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars in the process.
Wow.
Yeah, California's headed in the wrong direction.
Yes. You can tell.
But work like this helps expose, and maybe people understand. I keep going back to that Far Side, strip. I love Far Side when the cows looking at each other and they go, "This is grass. They've been feeding us grass." And the people are getting shit upon. I don't care if you're Democrat or Republican, Independent, you're getting shit upon, especially there in Compton or Watts or wherever.
Yeah.
Your children, you wonder why they're not excelling, because your damn children are being forfeited for somebody's pocketbook.
That is precisely correct. Okay. And it is a huge tragedy. I'll take another minute and then I'm going to be done. I got in so deep to doing my investigation. Like I said, I had my doors closed. It was me, myself, and I in my office. I like those pronouns. And when I was in my office, I was working hard and diligently, and I tracked this all the way back to the California Infrastructure and Economic Development Bank, and then I tracked it back to the North American Development Bank. I tracked it into Mexico. I've tracked it all over the place. This is a dangerous game going on out there.
Yeah, gotta be careful. You gotta watch. Don't get Clinton. That's the crazy thing.
All right.
But David, thank you for what you're doing, and I've known you. You're a wonderful man. I gotten to know you through Juan, and just for the record, David, I know is not suicidal, especially with a new grandbaby.
Then the beer wand's coming back on, so I'm gonna wrap it up right there for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Been a nice long show. I hope you, at the very least, feel good about things. I know it's confusing, to say the least, but you know what? I think that's part of what made it work, right? And everything good is coming, all in good time. I know it's been a good amount of time, but Good things are around the corner. The grass is only greener because it's fertilized with bullshit. That depends on what you're listening to, I guess, or what you're willing to believe, or what you see happening. I personally, I'm not worried about any of it. What about you, Chubbs? Are you worried? Are you worried, Chubbs? Okay. He doesn't want to play. It's not that bad. Things aren't that bad. You're more blessed than you know. You have no idea. No idea how bad life can get. Count your blessings. All of them. What do you want to say? Anything? Come on. There he is. Oh, can't see him. Tina's in the way. Sorry, buddy. There's nothing to worry about. You know, a big portion of it's scripted out. Maybe even more scripted than you think. Again, that's all for a purpose. Good. There's nothing to worry about. Really isn't. What's the very worst that could happen? It turns out to be something you didn't think it was. I don't think that's gonna happen. I just don't. But even then, we're strong people in a strong world. You shouldn't underestimate the hard-headed people like us. Right? You can't eat popcorn. Oh, hell. I don't particularly like popcorn. I mean, it's alright. It's not like, wouldn't be like my go-to snack or anything. Don't worry. Be happy. It's good to have you all here tonight. Like always, I'll be back tomorrow night, and we'll catch up on things. We'll catch up on everything happening, and we will see where it's going. We're surviving. Not all these days are pleasant. We have stressful days where we're like, how the fuck am I going to pay that bill? How the fuck am I going to pay it? And you just pray and count your blessings and be happy and don't lose your faith, and it'll work out. Yeah, it will work out. I promise, promise, promise. I love you guys. God bless you. I'm gonna leave you with some 80s tunes on the way out. This one's for the ladies. How do people with children do it? They get help. Hopefully, you know, it's easier, obviously, if you're in a family where the mother and father are together. It really does make it quite easier, but that's not so common anymore. So It's very difficult, but everybody has help the best they can. Family, friends, your neighbors, God, doing the best you can. Doing the best we can. I'm out of here. See you tomorrow night.
Tonight it's very clear as we're both lying here. There's so many things I wanna say. I will always love you. I would never leave you alone. Sometimes I just forget, say things I might regret. It breaks my heart to see you cry.
And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country.
All we say to America is be true to what you said on paper. But somewhere I read the freedom of assembly. Somewhere I read of the freedom of speech. Somewhere I read of the freedom of press. Somewhere I read that the greatness of America is the right to protest far right. We've got some difficult days ahead.
And we are going to make our country great again.
I just want to do God's will. I may not get that with you, but I want you to know tonight that we as a people will get to the promised land. Mine eyes have seen the glory of the coming of the Lord.
I am talking about genuine peace, the kind of peace that makes life on earth worth living, the kind that enables men and nations to grow and to hope and build a better life for their children. Not merely peace for Americans, but peace for all men and women.